All right, guys, I need to grab a coffee real quick. I'll try to make it as fast as possible. Daily DD's up. I'll pin it right now. Give me 2 seconds. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? What pre-market doing? It's running. So we got the updated OI this morning. Looks like Gamma Max has increased, which means more zero DTE call buying, more exercise calls, probably. Based on the OI that we're seeing, where we're seeing OI drop, at least it looks like calls were exercised last night. Don't forget, there's still a delta hedge from yesterday that's positive. It's not huge. Some of this morning's price action could be from market makers delta hedging before market open. Think we're testing around the same resistance that we hit yesterday. Pretty close. So we'll see what happens. Volume's picking up into open though, which is encouraging. I think retail at this point is currently fully in control of the price. And the further out people buy options, um, potentially the more we can run expiration wise. You reckon buying it open is a good idea or wait? I think if we're gonna run, it's probably gonna be a lot of it's gonna be at open. We have to chase with an option or two short term. Yeah, I think so. Be wary. Many of these options that are being bought are 0 DTE. Brokers will close them out at 3 p.m. People will sell them. They're not. It's not long term delta support on the chain, right? So I'm worried about a rug pull, but I do think we're in control of the price, which is compelling. We'll see how much FOMO picks up. Let's fucking go, right? How is this not May OPEX? Because they didn't cover any of the ETF obligations. They rolled them forward to June. If you look at puts on XRT, it's over almost 200,000 in OI. Ding ding. Fire 656. Thank you so much, man. So what exactly are they using for ammo today? The 12 million ETF shares available every day, or 8 million? Don't forget those are there. Also, Vanguard and BlackRock shares, which we have no oversight of. We have no way to tell how many they have available at any given time. Their borrow rate is more likely in line with Fidelity's. You're still expecting a drop into earnings and a crush at earnings. I mean, there will be IV crush at earnings just because market makers are already pricing in quite a lot of IV. Um, that's just normal market mechanics. Really has nothing to do with it being GameStop specific. A drop at earnings, it'll depend on earnings. I mean, they've shorted every other earnings. I would say with some degree of confidence that they will again short earnings, but that doesn't mean they will. You can past, historical price action is not a predictor of future price action. Why wouldn't BlackRock jack up their cost to borrow? Surely it's for real estate. I mean, really, it appears that most of the high cost to borrow is like IBKR, Questrade, smaller lenders. And it could just be they're out of shares or they want to discourage borrowing. I mean, there's a number of reasons that they could be raising their cost to borrow, and we're seeing such a discrepancy between them and like Fidelity and Schwab. Um, DFE, we're coming for you. We've got some volume. FTD's pretty minimal today, again. There's nothing really through this period for FTDs. Those ended, for the most part, at the end of last week. Beginning of this week. Maybe rebalancing ETFs early to have more firepower into earnings split announcement. Not necessarily. That's what worries me too, Lawrence of Arabia. And I know it seems that I'm not bullish, but it's in fact that I am worried that we are going to get rug pulled because I don't see support for the run. I mean, me and Jay Fresh have been over this for the last 3 days. There's very little support farther out on the options chain. And the fact that we see them buying huge amounts of puts to the downside while the price is elevated seems like they're just taking advantage of the FOMO and building up a position to drop the price into. And while the borrow rate's compelling, I mean, everyone's focused on the highest cost to borrow. But the biggest lenders are, relatively around 10% with rebate rates matching the borrow rates. So as long as they're using cash collateral, it doesn't matter, right? It's free. I'm thinking about getting into some VXX calls. Where do you see the resistance from the SPY? I'm looking to see what happens at 410. Yesterday's SPY resistance is around like 407. It's still pushing up this morning. I think our next resistance out on the daily, like the next big one, is going to be at like 410.70. So just over 410. It can really get rejected anywhere in this range. 410.10 is the EMA 30 on the daily. So I'd expect it to hit a little bit of resistance here, but actually the SPY, I looked at the SPY this morning. It looks pretty good. Like it may keep running a little bit. Retail sales information was out this morning. I'm on the 1 minute. That's not necessarily the rug. I'd be a little more patient with that. This is very early in the day. I would say the real rug is at 130 and 120. There's a large amount of call volume at those strikes. If they're able to push it down through that and encourage the selling of zero DTEs being held in the money at those prices, then we could see a rug. But right now, no, this could stabilize. You looking at July options for June OPEX? Hold on. Probably. For the most part, I'll be buying July's. I will have some further dated ones in October that I'll be buying before the shareholders meeting in order to try to dodge a little bit of the near-term IV and avoid crush. And then after the meeting, I'll be looking at July and, if any, available August for possibly higher strikes on the chain. Could you get a link to the Full Bull song? I would like to play that on repeat today. Yeah, I'll post it in announcements on the Discord. I like the new version. Did you guys like the new version that I just played? That was pretty dope. Nope, nope. That's the wrong. 132.25. Might just be filling in some gaps from this morning to the downside. Buying calls a little bit. Seeing bearish option flow. Too early. 5 more minutes. Thanks you for your insight and teaching. I wanted to FOMO in at market open, but waited because of your free information. Last year I would have lost a bunch of money in the last 8 minutes. Congrats, MS Skittles. Don't worry, you can still lose a bunch of money. Why did you sell the call at 99? Which call at 99? I didn't sell any calls for 99. I had calls open, sold calls open yesterday at 140 and 155. I bought those back. I should have bought them back yesterday when they were up 50%, but I bought them back this morning when they were up 10. Thanks for your insight and teaching. I wanted to FOMO open. Thanks, Kai, for repeating Skittles. If you were a WWE superstar, I think your finishing move would be the Persian rug pull. Thanks, Bob. Congrats if you bought AMD. It's doing good. It's back over 100. I still wanted to get it back above like 110, so my leaps are in the money, but my Julys are doing good, I think. Okay, what the fuck is this? Why is everyone repeating the same message? This is very weird. Is this a Discord thing? Where's Carl? When I'm buying a CC back when it's gone up, net you less money since you're getting less than when you sold it, or maybe I'm just missing something. I don't know. I sold them at our highs yesterday. We were trading at like what 145-ish. So as they drop, the amount to buy them back is less than the premium that you were paid when you sold them. Insert repeated message. So I hit 410, now the market can die. I don't like this. Volume's dropping off a lot. Are we seeing any shares returned? Lots of like small YOLOs. 110, more fucking puts. 110, 120, 125, 110, 10. The June 3rds calls for June 3rds, 200s. Those aren't going to do 150s. Are those trading $20 above max pay? And Wednesday's going to be spicy unless they tank us hard today. P.S. Play this on Jeet Song to see if we can summon him. I mean, max pain is going to rise relative to the price, right? We are trading pretty significantly above gamma neutral right now, though. Gamma neutral this morning at what was it? 98, which is that's just, you know, that's like a more accurate max pain, right? I wonder if we may just be seeing some of this arbitrage get resolved to the downside. I'm not liking this though. Or $20 June 17 puts up 100% this morning. Good question. A shadow band, but I'm back now. What's up, Mark? Did you see my 0 DTE 280s? No. Support here. I think all the pre-market gaps are filled now. Let me double check it. Yeah, they are. How high can the SPY go? Did it test 410 yet? That's a pretty strong resistance. It can push back up though. After, if it breaks 410, it may head to 420, which seems a little over the top, but it appears I have a doppelganger. I've officially made it. Congratulations, Ben. EPAM's kicking ass this morning. How am I feeling about DDS? I mean, it keeps moving up. I have a trailing stop set on my shares. I think at about 5%. So just following it up. In relation to GameStop, DDS tends to move far more, right? It's even more illiquid and part of the same basket. Why is iBorrowDesk GME not updated for the past 2 days? No activity. Yeah, so they only update it when IBKR reports the data every 15 minutes, and if IBKR has no shares available to borrow, they don't report it. So it'll just stay unreported for like days on end. This hasn't happened for a long time, but it used to happen last year pretty frequently. That's how you could tell they were out of shares, was there would just be no more updates. Where's the SPY's ceiling? I mean, it doesn't really have one, but it has resistance at 410.10 and 410.80. After that, I have to check my like SPY charts. I'm not really sure. I haven't looked for a couple days. For 1020, and then I have the next. Hold on. Give me a second, and I'll try to fill you in on where that's gonna go. The next resistance, the big one after that, is 414.04. Or if you're on SPX, 4140. It's gonna be hard for them to push the price down with the SPY coming up like this, though. But look at this volume trend. This is not. This is either consolidation. Well, it is consolidation, and technically this is kind of bullish. I mean, we're looking at this trend right here. It could break out or get rejected. So what are GME options looking like? Oh, let me look. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna check right now. Maybe up, maybe down. I mean, it's very hard to say right now. It depends on if this is gonna crush FOMO or not. A lot of people probably bought into zero DTEs earlier, right, at market open. And those are down. Mine are already down. The ones I bought today are already down, what, 40 and 28%? And ones bought at open are way the fuck down. 50, 60%, maybe more. Hold on, waiting for shift search to load. All right, we got tons of zero DTEs, 150, 140, 145, 10 million notional call volume. So far, 20,000 contracts traded. Biggest orders are at 140 and 150 for zero DTEs. There are some June 3rds, but I'd say it's about half, both in volume and notional value. 135 zero DTEs, 145 zero DTEs, 130 zero DTEs. Looks like a large number of 135 and 140 puts sold, and a small number of puts bought at 130. But those are the puts being bought are for July 15th and June 17th. Remember, in the land of, what did I say last night? In the land of zero DTE calls, the 5 DTE put is king. No flash crash yet. We're consolidating to the downside. It actually doesn't look that bearish. I think there's a bit of a struggle here, though. Volume's continuing to tick up, but it is slowing down. Getting a couple spikes in here. I think we're gonna probably see a big move in volume, but it's hard to say if we're gonna break down from this or not. We're now at resistance and the trend resistance, so our downside support's okay. Jan 23 600. If we rug, I'll just deal with the red and hold until June Apex. Yeah, you can do that. It's kind of always an option, right? I think they're going to rug pull hard to discourage people from buying options for June. Thoughts? Possibly. They're set up to rug pull hard. So that's what. But at the same time, I feel like they don't have a lot of control over the price. Does that make sense for people? Like retail and long institutions right now are very much in control of the price action. Um, they are set up to rug pull us or attempt to. That doesn't mean they're going to win. They've lost in the past. It's happened before. What's your favorite film? Boiler Room? You still think this run will have no negative impact on the potential of June Apex? It doesn't look like it. All of the puts that drive OPEX price action, the closing of those Mark Long puts, are already rolled out on XRT. A lot of the buying that the short hedge funds had to do during this period, um, Wednesday, well, now through today because of the FOMO, was concluded by Wednesday afternoon. The rest of this has been largely FOMO, institutional and retail, both, but FOMO nonetheless. $130 puts or $135 calls on GME. You could straddle it. You said multiple times that they have tons of money to control the price, trillions of dollars. Sometimes you need more than money, bipolar bear. Like when the call chain slips out of your control and you have no shares to borrow. They still have shares to borrow today. We haven't traded volume in excess of the ETF holdings, but we could. Where did the reg pull fall in the past? When did their reg pull fail in the past? Oh, March. They tried to rug us hard in March and they failed. In the June run up, there was another one. There have been moments where they've tried to suppress FTD covering with puts, and their puts have gotten blown up. Sent you the latest TOS options. Have to go into actual work. Thanks, dude. Okay, so we're seeing more calls coming in and a shitload of puts. Still looks like it's skewing towards the put side. Small, but block orders. This is all institutional. Lots of fucking Philadelphia. Fucking Susquehanna. Um, yeah, deep in the money puts, but they're expensive, right? IV is really high. Long institutions can just counteract that by buying deep in the money calls. All right, this breakout's failing. Maybe. Ooh, hold on. Pump it. Why did they move the June OPEC date? That's a good question, given that it compounds their interest. It's possible that it makes the entropy swaps more profitable for them to roll forward the OPEC's obligations and compound it all within the futures covering period. And if I had to think of a bearish reason why they moved it, the other reason they could move it is because they need the time in order to get the liquidity necessary to cover. Is that the Dan cannon you're drinking from? Yes. What happened to that pigeon whale that used to cry in the background? Is he or she good? Pigeon whales don't cry. Are institutions tanking crypto for capital to prop up SPY, US markets, and Chinese markets? Is Bitcoin even doing that badly today? I mean, I know it had a rough day a few days ago, but I wouldn't call this tanking. Looks like it's found some support, actually. Kathy Wood bought NVIDIA shares on 3 of ARK's ETFs. There goes NVIDIA. I'm convinced someone just goes in and shorts all their plays. You think they're letting the price rise because if they do anything, they will put GME on Reg Show? It's possible. Don't forget that when the price rises, that also increases liquidity in ETFs. ETF holdings go up. As ETFs buy more stock to balance their NAV. It could very well. That's the problem with exercising, because we don't know who's doing it. It could be short hedge funds exercising in order to get shares to sell. So we don't know who's exercising the calls. It could be longs exercising the calls in order to, put exposure onto the market makers. It could be shorts exercising calls in order to return shares or have additional shares to sell into the market. I will say that this price action seems very controlled right now and intentional, and probably in an effort to bleed out 0 DTE calls. Really? Aren't your calls at like 135 bipolar bear? No, I don't have a link for the consumer spending data. It's called the I can give you the name of the report so you can Google it. Hold on. It's there were two today. Personal spending, MOM APR, month over month APR, and personal income month over month APR. DDS at 300. What's the rest of the basket doing? Because I think that'll give us a good indication of the pressures on GameStop. BBBY is having a much better morning than us. DDS is killing it. XRT looks. I mean, it still looks like they're kind of covering here as well. JWN also doing well. So I would say that we have pressure, positive pressure. That and don't forget the SPY is coming up too, right? So you know, we have active fund pressure as well. I think we can break VWAP here. Good way to tell if GameStop's price is being manipulated in the short term is if, you know, GameStop's fucking dropping and the rest of the stocks that it tracks very, very closely are all going up. Man, I've been here a long time. Thank you once again for a year's worth of solid value. Thanks, Jonathan Poindexter. I appreciate it, man. I have a theory that Dan's reproduced similar to the rules in Gremlins, hence their exponential rate of coming onto the stream. Fair enough. Mavunky, MTB Dork. So that's where all my money went. I'm down 25% from my initial investment. It's been a year. What do you recommend to break even? Not from the US, so I can't do options. Wait. It is I mean, the future potential of GameStop is very much still there. Don't worry about your gains and losses in the near term. Worry about the direction of the company. Yeah, it's up less than GME of a percentage, but we ran harder in the pre-market. I'm at performance since market open. We're starting to get some volume too. This is good. Our volume's breaking up. This is a positive. They failed to suppress the breakout, so here we go. AMC just ripped like 5% in one candle. Dope. Sure, proven crowd builders. Thanks, Kevin. What are your thoughts on GameStop moving into NFTs, considering basically every other NFT project from a more traditional company has completely failed? I'm not super worried about the NFT thing. I know it's like what everyone pushes, but I'm more interested in e-commerce, frankly, as far as improvement in market cap goes. And no one ever talks about that. I guess it's less exciting, but it's more valuable. Big Chief Brown Bottom, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah.
Are you bullish on the broader market?
We ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
We're looking for support here. Do you have any advice when you need to take a block in, but you're nervous watching the stock move to get out of options? Nervously watching the stock move to get out of options. That's what mobile broker apps are for, CMIL. So you can poop and trade. Have you seen Cohen set up? Think about something like that, maybe. Wasting my member chat for advice. If we drop hard, what's a reasonable price range to expect next week? Are June 3rd 110Ps a reasonable idea? Thank you, Gurk. Currently, the position they're building in puts is the highest concentration. It looks like it's targeting like 80 to 100. We'll see. I mean, obviously they can build more as they, if they can rein the price in and get it under control. But I would say 130 puts. Why would you target 110? Why wouldn't you just target at the money? It's like $20 of risk to the downside. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's a bit of a gamble. Gold foil jumpsuit, MMTLP shill. I have 100 C's experience today. Should I wait for after earnings or roll the dice on Tuesday? I mean, post earnings you can buy them back, board gamer. Probably at lower IV. I don't think we're not gonna see an IV bump after earnings because earnings aren't gonna be good, right? We could see an IV bump after the shareholders meeting. I already think they're overestimating our earnings, saying we're gonna come in at like -30, -40 EPS. It's ridiculous. SG&A was only going up last quarter. I would say earnings are gonna be probably between -88 and -95 a share. And it's not like they have a choice. It's not like they can not short earnings. They need to short earnings. It's necessary for them to get the liquidity freed up. So that's why they short earnings so hard, because they want that liquidity. It has nothing to do with the price. It's about getting shares. My August BBBY 10C looks like they're going to print today, but is June OPEX going to run harder? It looks like it. Let's see. May 20th was, like 100,000 puts. And those were rolled, not closed. And then June 17th is almost 200,000 put OI on XRT. I appreciate you, Gert. Gave me a slap in the face. I needed to start making money and not sitting on my bottom. Nice, Black Rabbit. Any idea how I can open some options in DDS? Oh, fuck. No. WeBull will allow you to buy options, but the spreads are ridiculous. Like hundreds of dollars. A lot of the spreads will be like 5, and then like the ask is at like 17. It's absurd. There's basically no options there. It's better to trade shares. I know it's more capital intensive, but that and EPAM's getting a little bit better, but both of them have very illiquid options chains. If anybody's noticed, Cat is at 215 today. Tesla dead. AMC running. GME will follow. I agree. Tesla not dead. Tesla's doing okay. Still looks good. 774. I should close a couple of my calls there though. It would be cool if BBBY spiked to like $15. I couldn't agree with you more. Did it break 9 yet? Because that's pretty important, actually. If there's enough pressure on it to break through that upside fucking put wall. Oh, it did. If this can break through 9 and 10 and blow up that put wall, it could really run. Which is exciting. You still think that GME will retest lows prior to the shareholders meeting? Thanks, man. I think they'll try. They can also just push it down after the shareholders meeting. They are building a ramp to the downside while the price is up. So the question is not, can they drop it? The question is, will they succeed in dropping it? Can you play the reverse bull song so my spy puts will print? Well, pooping at work while trading stocks is the ultimate side hustle. Can you think of a more efficient way to spend your time? No. How in the world can they bring it down $50 in 4 days? What do you mean? Were you not here for this? They brought it down $50 in 1 day, 2 days. Well, kind of 1 day. Or how about this? When they did the same thing, but like 100. I mean, it's. Do you think that's not possible anymore? It is. There's still, regardless of if there are shares to borrow, there are still infinite shares. What about my BBY August 15C? What about it? Wait for OPEX. I have a bunch of them. I have like fucking 25 of those. Average them down a bit. Possible dark pool dump this afternoon? Possibly. I mean, they're really keeping our price pushed down compared to the rest of the basket. SPY gonna break up? Is it hitting 414? No, not yet. Thoughts on NVIDIA? They're kind of at resistance now. Well, previous support now in this like 185, 187 range. These are old as shit, aren't they? Yeah, it's been a long time since I've traded this. It still holds. 193 is interesting. If it can break that, maybe it can push 200 again. I mean, this is like an inverse head and shoulders, but it's really fucking sloppy. Volatile. Let's call it volatile. I'm calling it now. We cup and pickle to 300 end of day. I fucking hope so. Remember, guys, because I know this was a discussion that some of you had sold covered calls earlier in the week that are now in the money. If you roll your covered call up and out, and you get assigned, you will get assigned at a higher price because you'll get assigned at the new strike as opposed to the old one. It is, as long as you don't take on an obscene amount of risk, almost impossible to get assigned on a covered call if you don't want to. Would rolling my options next week and try to buy out after earnings a better option than letting the shares get called away? Yeah. Like, why would you want to sell your shares? I wonder. I was kind of talking with Jay Fresh about this last night, and I mentioned it on the Discord, but I wonder how much of the lack of shares to borrow is MMs demanding the collateral at the OCC for sold covered calls, right? If a lot of people are selling covered calls and a lot, those covered calls have gone in the money, the MMs demand the collateral be delivered to the OCC, or the OCC is taking control of the collateral for those covered calls. That would pull the shares out of the lending pool at the brokerage, which is interesting, especially with the borrow rate and last week's price action. I mean, it's better to sell a 135 CSP, right? Because like if you were to sell a 135 CSP right now, um, you'd be buying your shares back. Let's see, they're trading at $13, so you'd be buying your shares back at 117 if you get assigned, which you likely would. Because remember that premium is deducted from the cost when you sell a cash secured put. So if you sell a cash secured put for $11, right, and you buy 100 shares, you're going to have an $11 discount on those shares from the strike. So say the strike is like 120, right, and you sell it for 11, then you're buying those shares at 109, essentially because of the premium you received. Your support arrow is being tested. This has failed. This is not good. Uh, what a fun ride. Here at the support again. There's a little like horizontal support right here. And we triple topped and broke down. This is not good, and volume's continuing to drop off. I'm about to call it $5 just to see what would happen. Okay. How to roll fidelity without cash available. You need to have a lot of cash to roll a 115. Yes, you do. Mikas. I mean, you receive the credit, but yeah, you're on a cash account, so you need the cash up front, I assume. We break 131. It's ouchie downs, right? I mean, it's not great. CSPs are level 2. What the price Be divided at the split. Unsure what price makes sense for post-split calls. Everything's divided though. The strike is divided as well. Purpley outside. I was joking. The random arrow you drew when you were explaining rolling and the stock plunged through it. What is it with the Discord? Sometimes it's as if everyone on there doesn't watch the stream. I think a lot of the people in like the public Discord are just like from Superstock. So like they read like the daily and then they don't follow anything after that point. So they're like just like locked in on that moment of information. Or even if they even read the daily, I think a lot of them don't even do that. But they're not like people who, a lot of them aren't people who watch the stream. Think of the pores like you. If your strat is correct, then weekly puts would be the play. Also, the fact that we keep failing VWAP since open confirms downtrend, correct? Yeah. 3 failures of VWAP, and that's where I'm done with dailies. Oh, lame. Think we can bounce? Not anymore. Sweet baby Jesus, Spy 412. Close. Yeah. There's a little more room for it to run here before it hits this resistance. Fucking Christ. Here's your cut, motherfucker. Thanks, man. Well, the 130 puts are in the money. Get my money back I lost on 0 DTUs. I'll sell them, don't worry. Ugh. We just bounced off the channel we were trading at, trading in all afternoon yesterday. I know. We broke down. Which day of the month are SLD days? Third Wednesday through Friday. Few? What? Oh, is it just like, where the fuck is the stream doing that? That's an EPAM and their upcoming AGM. They had a meeting a few days ago too, discussing like the effects of the war, like the Ukraine Russia war, on like a lot of their senior staff is in Ukraine, um, which is why they lost so much value. Uh, but I think like their forward outlook's pretty good. Long term, like if you give yourself some time or you're buying shares, yeah, I think it's absolutely going to go up. They killed it at the last earnings. When can we get more likes, please? We will. Don't worry about it. What candles are you using? I can't get my WeBull chart to look like yours. Henkin Ashi. Keith. The thesis on today's price movement, no full bull song equals no VELP. I played the full bull song. We just had fucking 1,300 puts go in the money, plus the ones bought today. Ooh. Full bull. I did play the song. I can't play it for the Discord because I can only stream my microphone to the Discord. Push the button. I don't. What button? The violent upside button? Where is it? Is it this one? All right, I pressed it. We got pickle rocket somewhere in here. I have a guy brush. Hey, Stefan. Over there. Is it working? I don't know. Maybe I need to play the song also.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
I did play the
I
song
can be
today
green,
already.
I can be
Just missed
red,
it.
I can be violent upside, I can
Titty
be
titty bang
hurtful,
bang.
I can be full, I can be anything
Yeah,
you'd
Affirm
like.
has a lot of room to
I can
run.
be green, I can be red, I can be
I accidentally
violent
clicked the violent
upside, I can
sideways
be
button.
hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can.
Someone just called this song cringe. Imagine being so uncultured. Exactly. Was it Moonwind? Or was it digital good time? He doesn't like the songs. This is the music of the gods.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Perfect rug pull music. Is this what they sing in Persia? Pickle Jar asks that you walk into a nice Wall Street restaurant, VWAP hat on, and play this song on full blast on repeat and a straight face. Wall Street hedges will go full Austin Powers fembots. When available for digital download, it's on the Discord in the announcements. I imagine at the beginning of the universe there was a massive explosion of light and this song, as galaxies and large spatial bodies were created and all life blinked into existence. Not everyone has a Discord. Get one. I'll upload it to the YouTube. For reading my dumb comments plus playing the song. Thanks, Barry Spice. I don't know. We're in negotiations with Napster. But he's a cultured special pour. I think Ben's been a pigeon whale before. Was he? Maybe not. Can you upload it to LimeWire so I can download it? It's fascinating how fucking spot on you are about the mechanics of GME. You're a legend, Greg. Thanks for all you do. I've got a man crush on your wrinkles. Thanks, man. Also, yeah, thank you. Well, I can't say it's perfect timing to leave for 8 days and not have internet access, but I hope everyone has a spicy and profitable week. Catch you on the split side. See you later, Acer. Have a good vacation or whatever you're doing in the woods. Delta falling off at a fast clip. Downy down downs. All right. Small rally as they close out some calls first, maybe. Probably better than leaving during the OPEX window. Yeah, seriously. I know I'm not like crazy bullish on this run right now, but holy fuck am I bullish for June. It's gonna be after June 17th expiration. It should be, don't forget there's a holiday that week, but it should be T plus 2 from the, well, T plus 3 from the next day the exchange is open. Thoughts if they get the price down prior to mid-June, but can't do so in a way to also get IV down to ideal levels to enter their entropy swaps. I think they may have already entered the entropy swaps. That's the thing. I don't think they've burned the entropy swaps on this run. But I'll see if we can check for the 1/K hedging in the chain. Thoughts if they think they can start covering from a low point but don't have as much money from an entropy play equals they're more exposed. No, I think they'll be pretty successful in getting their swap into place. The question is, are they going to be successful in generating liquidity in ETS pre-split if they don't get share recalled? Wait, why are you now bullish for June? I've been bullish for June the whole time. This is not a change. June OPEX has been my target for like our next big run for fucking 2 months now. What do you mean, why am I now bullish for June? I swear to God, no one listens to a goddamn thing I say. Where did the term bull come from? Oh, I forget. It's like it's from like a psychological, like financial psychological analysis of the markets and the way that bullish investors behave. Like bulls, they just run at their target. I listen. What did you say? So essentially, run go bonk now. It's looking worse. We'll see. Please go into detail why you don't think any can kicking is possible for June. Because they rebalance the ETFs and the indexes in June, Stefan. Everything expires on quad witching. So if they kick everything into quad witching, then everything expires on quad witching. There's no more rolling it out. I mean, they could roll some of it out, but not all of it. They have to rebalance the ETF asset baskets, right? For the next quarter, and ETFs have to issue their dividends. Attention, everyone. Thank you for all those who shared their love for the song. If you hated it, just know the song hates you back and you're dead to me. Make a better song. JK, it doesn't exist. Damn fucking straight, Ben. You've won. How are you going to play June calls with the split happening likely around there also? You were suggesting holding calls over the split is a bad idea. Need to brainstorm that, I think. It's not necessarily a bad idea to hold calls through the split, but you're going to want to exercise those calls if you hold them through the split, right? The reason being is that liquidity in the alternate chain is going to dry up. So people are going to sell all their calls, and there's going to be no liquidity, and then there's going to be a new chain opened that will be liquid. I'm not saying you won't get a buyer for your call after the split. You could. It'll be harder, and the spread will be shittier. So there'll be slippage on your profits on that position, especially if they're already in the money. What's your target entry date for far out of the money calls for June OPEX? Next week. And the next 2 weeks, really. I mean, I'm gonna buy initially I'm buying in October. So I can walk everybody through kind of the plan right now. Monday, Tuesday, I'm gonna buy some Octobers near the money. Like depends what we're trading at, but like I would say 5 to 10% from the current trading price. Then into the end of the week, I'm going to start picking up July out of the money calls. Far strikes like 300, 350. Maybe as far as 500, we'll see. And then as we approach our lows, when I feel like we've hit a low for the cycle, I'm going to start targeting near the money calls again. Also for July. Maybe August as well. July, August, near the money calls. If they open the chain by then. Right now the chain's not open, so I'm not going to really discuss August. And then those probably within like 10 to 20% of the current price. So yeah, if we're trading at 90, like 100. If we're trading at 80, 90, that kind of thing. I regret buying my cover calls back this morning too. Yeah, Monday the market's closed. Sorry. Starting Tuesday. So before the shareholders meeting, I'm going to grab some Octobers, essentially. Yes, I know the market's closed Monday. Who cares? Same shit, right? Monday, Tuesday, it doesn't matter. Why does a new chain open? Because there's new strikes. So the old options, the options that existed before the split, the strike will split on them. So let's say our split is 2-1, right? Which is, there's a pretty good likelihood of that. And you know, shares, you have a strike of $100. This strike will become 50, and the contract will now be worth 200 shares of the underlying. This is very specific to stock split dividends. In a standard forward split, what would happen is your strike would become 50 and you would gain an extra contract. So you'd have 2 contracts at 50C. But in a share split dividend, it doesn't work. Or like in a share dividend, it doesn't work that way. It works like this. And so what happens is you get 2 chains. You'll have one of the old chains, and it'll say like July 15 C, and then it'll say like 200, 100. Depends on your brokerage, they'll list it differently. So no more 950 leaps. I mean, those are fine, right? 950 leaps will just become a new contract after the split. Splits don't actually change anything, right? So if we split 2-1, 950 leaps will become 475s. Right. I can show you an example of this. It's not that hard, I'm sure. I think VXX or UVXY has it. See, if you look here, you see how it says 17 June. Oh, fucking Christ. Stupid thick marker. 17 June. And then it says like 25 100. That's because this reverse split. So those contracts are worth 25 shares each. They're cheaper, much cheaper, because this was a reverse split. Maybe if I write in giant letters, it'll be easier for people to understand me. Don't pull up VXX now. Don't worry about it. I thought you were considering them for the June OPEX run. No, I thought you were considering what for the June OPEX run? Oh, the 950s? No, I'm still gonna buy them. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those are like super Vega sensitive and awesome. Shout out to the Piccolo and JFresh. Stuck with math data. No, let's rock their ass in June. Thank you, Double Down. Yeah, I'm still gonna buy IV plays, but those aren't part of like my primary strategy. Like my primary strategy is much more conservative, and then I have like some money set aside where I'll buy some like 950s or fucking 5. What is it? 600s. I can't remember the top of the July chain. What is it at? Nope, that's the wrong stock. It's GameStop. There we go. July chain top. So 500s and 950s. 680s. That's June. Those expire before the run. Hey, dude, I'm right. Humble gloating. I know. I've always thought you were a turd. What if we got another November? You were pretty confident back then, too. November's not a quad witching. Also, we know more things now, right? You're just gonna keep saying that, man? Don't play your options like a fucking idiot. And if it moves against us, bail. Well, since November, let's see, we've found the source of their exposure in ETFs. We found their entropy positions. We found, oh, there's more too. I'm forgetting stuff. We learned a little bit about ourselves and a lot about love. I mean, our understanding of their positions is drastically different than it was in November. In November, we knew there were runs. We knew there was ETF exposure, but we didn't know where or how. We didn't know how they repositioned that exposure. And November ran, but no one, like, they rug pulled, and that wasn't something that we were set up to predict at that time. So all the things that would have told us a rug pull was incoming weren't things we were tracking back then. So we weren't tracking like the gamma neutral spikes, and we weren't tracking, the options chain data every day and following our gamma. Like, if we'd known back then that we'd crossed gamma max on Monday, we would have been ready with stop losses the following morning, right? And everyone would have profited massively because everyone's options were up like 12x. But is there risk? Of course. It's not risk free. Delta neutral, Modoc. SLD cycles. I mean, we knew about the SLD cycles back then. No, I know. I understand. Believe me, nobody plays devil's advocate more than I do. Are you getting any calls today? I did when I sold them. June out of the money straddle on VIX while it's at 26 smart, maybe not. You could straddle though? Maybe. Bought and sold June yesterday and 0 DT today. Jesus. Yeah, Delta's been dropping. The biggest problem with this is that institutions are still pushing a lot of the calls during these runs, right? And they're more than willing to just cut their losses. Even if retail is willing to hold their options, the institutions will just sell out from under them and hedge the downside. If you had live option data, could you have seen 0 DTE calls coming 2 days ago before market close? I mean, we did see 0 DTE calls coming. The problem is that the options OI doesn't update till midnight. So we're always working on information from the end of the day the previous day. So it makes trading something intraday riskier, right? Like yesterday morning, massive like 0 DTE options flow, right? Pushing up our gamma max. But that's not like data we got until last night. Should I try to get called away and CSP back in next week? Aren't you at 135? Like, I don't think you're going to get called away. Do you think they're going to try to push down to their 125 puts today? Probably. 120? My view up on SPY seems broken. It has spikes away from price during volume spikes. That's because more volume is trading at the lower end. That's usually like options positions popping volume without really moving the candles. See a lot of new people in chat over the last week. 99% of these people are going to get burned. It's not your job and not our problem. But I think we should put an emphasis on how November went. Fucking badly. Everyone kept getting progressively more and more bullish, and then the fucking stock got rug pulled $50 in a matter of hours. People were selling calls that were up 10x and rolling them into new calls, and yeah, it went bad. Could we have seen it coming? Not with the data we had then. Can we see it coming now? A little better. Some got out in time, some didn't. It was travesty. From 12k green straight to negative 60%. Yeah. Did you say that you would have used a stop loss if you had known gamma max? Is that because the price could have slammed through a stop limit? What happens if the price gaps through a stop limit? You have to reset it, and you're fucked, essentially. You set your stop limits really wide, so that doesn't happen if you expect volatility. Hold on, I got some messages here I need to check before they disappear. Bullish most of the time, but today I need the bear gods to shine down on me. Let's fucking go. Sorry if you talked about this already. Do you expect the market to continue its current upward trend, or do you think it's going to continue down soon? You're the man. I mean, I think this could last until SLD or the next round of shitty economic data. It looks good, but I mean, yeah, we tested here at 212.29. We didn't even make it up to the next key resistance at 414. So this doesn't look good for the day. I don't know if people are confident enough yet to carry those positions over the weekend either. I think a lot of people will take profits on this run on the SPY. I am. I already moved my puts up. My calls are probably going to get stopped out any minute now. So yeah, it's, and I had calls at what, 390, 390, 395. How long does Ivy usually take to crush post earnings? Thanks for everything, Gurk. Ivy's crushing right now. You said you have BBY 15 Cs and 20 Cs, right? Do you have 10s? Yes. I have 10. So for August, I have 10 through 30. For January, I have 20 through 60. Is the bolometer stuck? I don't know. I don't control the bolometer. Petition to commission a ballad of Freg's Day. I mean, November looked so good, right? Mostly because we were trading so high into the cycle, right? When I released the Book of MOASS DD, we were at like $200 almost. And we were just about to hit OPEX. And we capped out at 255, but we expected a huge run because the price was so high. And we had almost no volume. It was crazy. And in reality, what had happened was back in October, if you guys remember the first time we started tracking FTDs back in October, when October FTDs started piling up, this is the first time that we saw XRT getting used really heavily. And we see XRT entropy start to nosedive way before GME. And this is when they started the process of thresholding XRT. On our last FTD date in October, I think it was the 29th. And they used XRT essentially to fucking destroy OPEX. In the process, they destroyed XRT in a way, and prevented their ability to use XRT to do that in the future. But yeah, they continued to short through XRT all the way the fuck into January. Where XRT was finally added to Reg Show the night of January 6th. And then from that point on, we see borrow rate and utilization on GME shares start to climb. And you can check that. Where do you find gamma max and gamma neutral and DN, etc.? Do you solely get this info from Gamma Girl? No, we calculated it ourselves nowadays, but we get her updates as well. Our calculations can be a little bit different. So, also, Brave Vacation calculates them for me every day. So we have like 3 JFresh, Brave Vacation, and Yelia all calculating it, which gives me an idea of the averages to work off of for the analysis. Are you a fan of the stripper forward indicator? Is that mostly bullshit? I've used it before. Spy feels like a dead cat to me. I think it's a relief rally. I think it's gonna go back down. That's what I just said. What do you mean I don't know? I already have puts. I puts at 405. Ready to rock and roll. Successfully traded options a few months at that point and literally only made money, and then I lost all my earnings over those 3 months plus everything in hours. Jesus. I had in the money calls and I still didn't make fucking money. Like the majority of my position was in the money and I got out with like $7 on 6 figures of risk. It was horrific. But if we'd known at the time, gamma neutral spiked the day before. Spiked the day before the drop. We didn't know. We didn't have that data yet. If you had a best guess, what do you feel this June run high could be? I have no idea. I mean, I wouldn't wouldn't target anything and expect it to print over Gamma Max approaching the run. Everything after that is very high risk, right? Because there's nothing to sustain the continuation of the run once we pass Gamma Max. Gamma Max can move up in a given day, but we talk about November like it was the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. I mean, it was. It was worse. It was when they killed Sean Bean. But by thresholding XRT, they gave themselves an extra 13 days to cover. Yes. Profit is profit. It was a lot of profit lost. It was worse. We lost frags. We did lose frag. Even worse, it was the entire final season of Game of Thrones. Still haven't seen it. Think of the tax savings. I lost 50K. The hubby wasn't happy. Jesus. But it brought us all closer. Sure. So same is true for later this year. Is there another ETF they can rape and pillage like they did XRT to avoid exposure? None that we've seen that allow that. So like BlackRock and Vanguard don't allow that kind of shit in their ETFs. And the rest of the State Street ETFs really don't contain enough GME to be able to manipulate price action. So also GameStop, don't forget GameStop was trading at $200 at the time. So its liquidity in ETFs was far greater than it is at these prices. That's kind of one of the things that like hurts the squeeze thesis for me a bit, is that, you know, as GameStop price goes up, its liquidity in ETFs also goes up. So we're always fighting back against this increased liquidity in the ETFs, which is rough. That's a large reason they were able to turn around January in 2021, right? And they thresholded XRT back then too. Look at what I just posted on the Reddit. I think we'll see 2+2 settlement and the money calls. But you just explained the reasoning behind GME's consistent high price point throughout the last year. Yeah. That's a big part of it. Odds of us hitting 140 before we continue down, pretty small. Right now, I mean, net delta is just falling off, so. You're holding on to that 110 call for dear life, huh? Ew, you're using Robinhood? Gross. Get a better broker. If you guys could, drop a like. Big help. Appreciate it. There's really only one other ETF that trades options volume like XRT, which is IWM, but we aren't in the 2K anymore. Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think we can get downgraded though, not at these prices. There's only one other. The only other spider ETF is MDY that holds a lot of GME, but it doesn't trade volume. I mean, they could change that, I suppose. But it doesn't have an options chain, right? MDY? Fidelity and WeBull wouldn't leave me alone this week, and it made me miss you. How have you been? How's your stock looking? It's doing fine, Hella. How are you? Any way to get Delta, Gamma Max, and all that into an indicator on TradingView? No. TradingView doesn't have options data. TradingView is just charting software. My weeklies wiped out all prior trading losses from my long dated calls. Nice. Are ETFs consistently balancing daily or quarterly? It depends on the ETF. Why did a quarter of the volume back in November give us the same size runs as opposed to 10 million plus days now where we don't run as high? Oh, the pressure was just mounting in November, and they weren't fighting back against it at all. So we were trading on a quarter of the volume, right? And then, they just weren't pushing back against the price. Remember, if they're pushing back against the price, that's going to generate more volume. So if they're fighting against the run up, like they're buying in the money puts, they're shorting, that's going to generate more volume. They weren't even trying to control the price at all into November OPEX. They just let it run up and then slammed it. There were almost no puts in place. They didn't start building a put position. They just simply grabbed a bunch of liquidity out of XRT and dumped it all over us. But if all the ETFs lower, the total liquidity for GME would not raise as much. What do you mean? If all the ETFs lower? Yeah, if they have, well, yeah, because when they cover, that means we go up higher, right? Because more liquidity means they've generated more obligations. There's about a 120p, so prepare to moon. What's the expiration date on your SPY 405 puts? June 17th. Did I get stopped out? Ooh, maybe not. Oh, fuck yeah. Hold on. I need to tighten up this stop, though. Awesome. Any way to get a Delta Max, Gamma Max, and all that? No, you can't get it on TradingView. I can't get full bull song out of my head. Please help. I'm sorry. IBKR just got it added to TradingView as an available broker choice. Ooh, that's cool. Maybe there's something to fuck around with there. IBKR doesn't have a lot of fucking options data, though. It'd be better if TDA was added. TDA has got probably the best options data out of most, like, the most popular brokerages, because they have like the historical data and stuff too. Do you expect selling puts to be most profitable now on Tuesday for June 3rd? you expect selling puts to be most profitable? That's a bullish bet. Why would selling puts be most profitable? Oh, like, are we going to see our bottom then? Not necessarily. I mean, if we're following the timing of like our previous downtrend, you know, there's quite a bit of time between now and June 17th. We have like a couple weeks, right? 17th is out here. So if we're gonna downtrend into earnings in the shareholders meeting, then you know it's likely that we'll see our low after earnings, but the lowest part will usually be right before the run. So if you look at March, like our lowest part of the cycle was directly before OPEX. Same thing with November. November was kind of weird a little bit because we kind of climbed out of the low into OPEX because they were hedging in advance, remember? But August, like, you know, the low end right here before the run, June low end before the run, March, yeah, we hit our low here right immediately before the run. So it's difficult to time, but it should occur, you know, right before the run. So that's usually the time that I try to sell CSPs. No problem, man. Is wash sale rule in regards to cost average or individual share costs? What? The wash sale rule is simply they don't want you intentionally creating losses that you can write off. I need Costco to drop 445p next week. Bullish, they didn't increase hot dogs. Yeah, Costco earnings went pretty okay. They did increase hot dog prices. Okay, did they increase the hot dog price or not? Also, who gives a shit? It's not like hot dogs are being sold profitably, right? I'll send you some charts. Ooh, I like charts. What do we got? May 27, 26. Puts. Looks like they rolled May 20th puts on XRT to July 15th. I'd say if you want to let people know to look at calls after July expiration, that's likely where we run. But it's a bit more theta too, but it's really my thought that they will choose to FTD part of June 17th after earnings and roll what they can into July 15th. They're already doing this. Do you think they're starting to move? How can they, hold on, but how could they roll through the, we also have out of the money calls in July too. But what about the massive put OI on June 17th? Turd. Do you think they might be moving? Well, I mean, I guess August is best then. When it fucking opens. That's annoying. How can they dodge the rebalance? It's not even possible. They have to issue a dividend through that. They will FTD and then roll June out. Interesting. But they haven't started to roll June out yet, right? How many days in advance are we looking at for them rolling June out if they do? Like, didn't they do this last time though with the midpoint, like with the Feb? Didn't they roll Feb to May? And then they rolled Jan to March. And then we ran in March. So wouldn't this be the same thing, rolling May to July, with March rolled to June? They rolled Feb to June. I wonder if they're trying to break it up. So smaller runs more frequently. That's curious. We're gonna have to do some serious digging into that. I heard a few interpretations of liquidity. Please explain what Gherk means by liquidity in the options chain, or what it means in terms of comparison between stocks like BBBY and GME. I mean, it means the same thing in every stock. Liquidity in the options chain, it depends on the open interest at the strike. It will determine the spread, right? If the OI is very low, and options are rare, then the spread will be very wide, which means the price between the bid and the ask is greater. If the OI and volume at that strike are high, the spread will be tight, which means that there is less slippage between buying and selling the call. Interesting. Fuck. XRT rolls 14 to 17, Jan to 17, April to May, March to June 17, Feb 17th, 9th to the 17th. And it looks like they've rolled all their exposure for the fucking entire year into June 17th. And you think they can roll it out again? And if they do, it's such. I mean, look at how much price action we got off of this roll, and it was. They didn't cover shit. But Turd, how do they get past the. Like, the same way they had to clear it in March? How do they roll past the dividends in June? I mean, they're gonna have to cover. Like, it's. How does that not cause a run? Are you thinking there's going to be a run in both June and July? That's going to be greatly impacted by the split if it occurs. It's just compounding. Like the OI keeps increasing. When it comes to OI, what do you consider low and high? Is it relative in some way, or what's the lowest OI you would play? Like sub 500 gets pretty illiquid. No, June's not off the table yet. Hold on. Post July 15th is most safe. Okay. So just from like a risk assessment. But what about the dividends and rebalance? Given that that's what triggered covering in March. Do you see us hitting 125 today? If they start to drive these puts into the money, yeah. Yes, just from a risk assessment. Okay. That makes sense. I mean, yeah, I guess if people are going to buy and hold calls through the whole period, we need a split date really to lock in the ideal options window. I, for one, would not complain about runs in both June and July. I mean, the situation here, though, kind of looks like. Let me try to expand on what me and Turd are talking about. You know, they keep rolling this exposure in XRT, right? And in March they had to cover some. But this run mostly propagated by rolling, right? Not really by any kind of covering. And what's happening is like they fucking rolled so much into June 17th. But I think Turd's concern here is that people are not buying in a broad enough window for contracts, and that they could potentially roll again because some of their exposure from March was rolled forward. Not all of it was covered, right? And if that's the case, then, you know, July 15s, which is the next OPEX, may not be sufficient to cover the big run. So maybe if you're targeting, what I would say, at least my risk assessment would be, if you're targeting far out of the money calls, you would want a lot of time on these. Nearer the money calls, I mean, we'll probably see, even if they roll June, it's going to create a massive amount of exposure, right? I don't know if they can roll through the ETF rebalance. They might be able to roll XRT, but not the rest of the ETFs. Because they will rebalance, even if XRT kind of isn't. Yeah, I mean, I always this is one of the reasons I liked August before, but they're not opening them, so they're not really an option right now. Yeah, the OCC still hasn't opened up the August chain, and they should. It should be what, August? I think it's the August 19th calls that we're looking for to open up, and those would be perfect. But if they do roll forward and it's not sufficient for like a big like 250 300 kind of run, and that run occurs in July instead due to another roll, then anything super far out of the money you would want a lot of time on, which you kind of want anyway because those contracts are more Vega sensitive anyway. Yeah, August 2023 is open, I know, which is fucking weird, right? They're just letting them hedge wherever they want. In the money, October puts coming in. Oh, fuck. All right, they're starting to put some pressure on our price. Thank you, OG. Fuckers. I see August 2022 in WeBull. Where? You mean August 23s are open. These. But 22s aren't. There's July 15th and then October 21st. Jan 2023 950 C's are the play. I mean, they're a play. So they kick as much of the can as cost-effective last run to July and will continue to do so. The longer dated options are less cost-effective it is for them to kick it. Yeah. Wouldn't a ton of pressure be created if when August is opened? Possibly. Is the IV on puts for next week elevated? What do you mean? Is it like going up? I mean, IV30 is up. I mean, these puts, yeah, they're like at 180%. They're not cheap. Check your DMs. What did you DM? You didn't say anything, Double Down. Oh, please submit your first stream card. I'll try to get that done this weekend. Oh, okay. If OPEX VUPs are making short hedge funds money on volatility, could they keep rolling and piling up obligations to actually cause a real squeeze to profit off of that? Yeah. Gotcha, Double Down. No worries. With OCC not open the August chain due to risk? No. But they generally have like a window in which they open it. They don't always open it like on a specific day. They're not part of like GameStop's like options. Like GameStop's on JJow. So they're a month, like the Augusts are a monthly contract. They should be open already with May's expiring, but they may not open it till closer to June 17th. Fidelity has August 19 monthly GME options available. Interesting. Let me see if IBKR has them. I'm not seeing them on the chain here either, though. That's weird. I wonder why Fidelity is opening them. Well, maybe they'll be open in a few days everywhere. I'll just give it some time. They should be open already, frankly. August not open on TDA either. We should see them open everywhere in a matter of days. August from a risk standpoint are the best. If they roll the puts in June, if somehow they can dodge all the dividends and the ETF and index rebalance and they roll the puts in June, and we run harder in July. I mean, they just keep compounding because they're piling all these fucking puts. So, you know, if you thought this run was nuts, this wasn't even on nearly as many contracts being rolled forward. This is like 20,000 something contracts being rolled forward versus, you know, like 200,000 that are in June. So even if they roll them forward, we're going to fucking run like crazy. They're not open on Fidelity. Okay, thank you. I think you guys are seeing August 2023, not August 2022. Data's there, but empty chain. Okay. BBBY is going exponential. Ooh. Yeah. Moving up. It's doing good today, up another 7%. No, I still think we're going to run in June. we're discussing more of the risk management than the question of whether we're going to run or not. Once we run like crazy, is it good to sell 2 to 3 months out CCs with high strike? Seems like you can't lose this way. For like a big OPEX run, yeah. We've back tested that strategy. It's extremely profitable, but it's not 2 to 3 months. It's 30 DTE to 45 DTE, and the 45 DTEs actually have less profitability than the 30 DTEs. Most of the downside seen after the OPEX run is completed within 30 days. Then you start to like bounce back in the 45-day ones, and you may not be as profitable as you were on the. I mean, as long as they expire out of the money, technically, then yes. But it gets riskier at the 45 mark. I don't understand why 60 calls on BBBY are losing money. What do you mean? The price of the stock has dropped by half, probably since you bought them. If the price of the stock moves up, then those calls will move up. But there's also theta decay. Yeah, with the possible recall, selling CCs on the June run is risky. Should I buy 527s to capture June OPEX? That's not the way that works. Can I confirm 25 Jans I've been sitting on for BBBY are down 0.09 today on upward movement. That's just a change in IV. So IV is going down. Would you say you were throwing a crazy amount of money into this run? Yeah, probably. Does SPY come down now? I thought people were going to sell off for the weekend. They may. They may not. What's it up to? I know my stop hasn't triggered, so it must still be running. I mean, it's still just kind of capping out here at like 412.16. The trend looks good, but I don't know if it's going to continue up a lot more. Also, we're nowhere near the end of the fucking day that would indicate any kind of sell-off into the weekend. That would happen like after power hour. This run was the rolling of Mays, right? Yeah. It's still T plus 2. This is the market maker exposure comes in. BBY stock up to 7.44%. Options up 8.52%. How is that? Do you guys not understand the effect of IV on the pricing of options? I'm skeptical only because the last time we thought we had them and everyone bought a healthy spread of near and far dated calls, they dropped the stock so low they were all out of the money. I'm aware. That's why I'm waiting for them to drop the stock really low before I buy calls. Yeah. For the quick change in subject, how did you become educated in trading in general? Is there a career path major for trading, investing you recommend? I mean, most of it's kind of hands-on learning, but finance is probably your best path to getting that learning opportunity. Like a finance degree or quantitative analysis. There's master's degrees that you can aim for, like master's in financial engineering. academic finance versus finance and practice are very different things. If there's roughly 200,000 put contracts expiring in June and they roll forward past the dividend date, and it's a 3-to-1 split, does that now mean that the 200,000 put contracts times 3? No. Why don't... This is on XRT. This isn't GameStop. Why don't up buy options a couple days before OPEX? Why are you also buying options in the next 2 weeks? Wouldn't you lose theta? I will, but I can position at a lower price. So I'll save money on the delta costs of those contracts because the price can rise into OPEX. So I get a better deal on the intrinsic value. How do I get someone to pay me to do that degree? Good luck. Masterfully financial engineer these nuts. Thanks, Carl. I'm always hedged for MOASS tomorrow. Masters in underwater basket weaving will make you become the best trader. Nice turd. We should do a VC for the quants this weekend. Because we need to figure a lot of shit out for the next couple weeks. I recommend people don't trade at all. Just put 5 figures in an account with level 3 options and learn directly in the frying pan. I can't agree with that. Was that half of a rounded bottom breakout on the chart? BBBY doing a thing. It's not like doing a big thing, it's just doing a little thing. Ivy. You make this the at the money IV is increasing. You make this stream watchable for us disgusting pores. What? What stream? You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a margin call. I think they're talking about your video call with the quants. Oh, it's not like a video call. It's a conference. It's a quant conference, and we don't want you people in there. That sounds terrible. Do you have a DD posted that breaks down the key dates in June and potential activity? Yeah, I think so. Right? Didn't I post the outline for the cycle expectations already? The charts and stuff? I think so. Great expectations. Thank you. So why not play June, take profits, then reload for July? I mean, that's the plan. But, you know, we're always trailing their reposition at that point. I wonder how much they can do this. Ooh. That means that these rollovers are essentially what we were seeing as, or we were defining as an FTD anomaly. Because it starts with the FTDs and then we get this big spike, right? That's curious. Market still hasn't crashed. Why is BBBY MOASsing? Yes, my son. I don't know. Are you mad about it? Ah, that bastard. You know what's compelling about this is Cohen bought a stock that is on a different, it's technically on a different options release calendar than GameStop. I think yeah, BBBY is F-Man OCC calendar and GME is JJAO. Which is curious because I wonder if Cohen's buy-in puts pressure on both sides of the cycle that way. Because of the way they're forced to roll the options because of the what contracts are available. So JPO's soft landing is putting a wrench in the short hedge funds plans. Oh yeah, but it's been doing that for a fucking year now. GB NFT dividend will be similar to BNB coin but better. JMO. I have a real job now. I can't spend 6 months watching you 6 hours a day, but I'm still holding, still lurking here in Discord. It goes against the lurker code to verify my phone. Take care. It's good to know you're still around, Hella. I appreciate it. He watches the stream, confirmed. Who? I could have sworn you made a point a while ago that BBY and Jimmy are on the same cycle and not offset from each other. They're on the same covering cycle, but their options open on a different cycle. You need to understand. This is something that is always difficult to explain to people. You need to understand that the cycles they cover on have nothing to do with the cycles their options open on. So when we're talking about F-Man and JJAO, we're actually using it incorrectly. Those abbreviations refer to OCC opening periods for options. There's 4 of them. GME is on JJAO, which is July, April, June, and October. BBBY is on F-Man. They now separate from this, these abbreviations make it very easy for us to say what months a cycle occurs in, right? Without having to, write it out. But technically, this is when the contracts are first opened. So these are the contracts that are open. These are the quarterly contracts for each stock. And these are the dates they're opened on. But the opening dates aren't really what concern us. What concerns us is the expiration dates for ETFs and indexes. And so we're using F-Man here, but it's not really applicable. But what I'm referring to is when the options are opened. GameStop options are opened on JJAO. BBBY are opened on F-Man. They've both in the past run February, March, August, November. So it's more an issue with the I mean, there's really no way to describe what we're talking about. Like, not a like. There's no technical way of describing it. Quarterly ETF options expiration or quarterly ETF OPEX is what we're looking at, and then JJow and Fman actually describe something totally different. We're just stealing that abbreviation for our own purposes. Yeah, MJSD is another one. No, it's not that when GME moves, the market moves. It's actually GME's beta is like 2.0. So GME is very sensitive to moves in the market. Oreos and milk considered soup or cereal? I don't know. Do you just put your Oreos in a bowl of milk? Let's define the distinction with a not at all cumbersome Fex Mex Augex Novex. Jimmy's beta is positive 2.0. Is that due to all the baskets Jimmy is in? No, it's due to the fact that GameStop's super illiquid and active fund pressure has a greater effect on it than it does on the market in general. So GameStop will always out or underperform the market. Currently, I mean, obviously liquidity can change, but what are the questions you and the quants are going to try to answer this weekend? I don't know. Sure, we'll figure it out when we discuss it. I'm feeble-minded for thinking we have room to the upside since we crossed 550, 120, 200 on the 25th, and the 50 has been a nice support bounce. Check is in the mail depending on your answer. 50, 120, 200 on the 25th, and the 50 has nice support. GameStop doesn't give a shit about its like fundamentals. Look at the fucking what we crossed in March, and we just went right back down again. Like moving average technicals don't really matter on GameStop unless we're running. Then they matter. Once we start to decline, they become irrelevant because the price is forced down and squeezed down through put options. They're already buying in the money puts. It's not a good look. What's the longest time you would let a bowl of cereal sit before you threw it away due to excessive sogginess? I don't know, like 10 minutes? Weekend stream Monday or Sunday? I don't know. What do you guys want? I can do either one. Monday's better. Well, is Monday better? I don't know. Sunday. Yeah, I could do it later than usual on Monday because I know people have to work. Poll? But how do I make a poll where only members can answer? I can't. Well, whatever. Fuck it. I guess I'm probably gonna open it up to the public. I'd like some time to at least get a conversation. Well, we'll figure that out, I guess, with the quants before the member stream. But yeah, I'm probably gonna, before anybody FOMOs into membership or something, I'm probably gonna open the weekend stream to everyone. So just be aware of that. Pours are the way. The only fair thing to do would be to let us vote in the pigeon whale chat and let the poors suffer based on our decisions. Go to remind you on the next member stream before a long weekend to do a poll. Thanks. Just do Monday if you don't mind having 2 days off in a row for once. That'd be cool. I mean, not really off. I have a bunch of shit I have to do this weekend. I have like 60 different piles of screenshots I have to go through for like banning people on the Discord, and it's like a whole thing. Isn't that mod work? I mean, yeah. Is today the Amazon record date for the split? I don't know, but I still have 100 fucking shares, so. I'm technically somewhere between Zillionaire and Pigeonwheel based on my co-buys. I just haven't felt like joining. I probably should for the picks, though. You can always check it out. I prefer to hate watch streams on weekdays. Weekends are for things I like. Thank you, Mr. Goat. I appreciate it. I can help you with your Discord problem. I know you can, JFresh. Just let me go through the screenshots. I'll ban everyone and not feel bad about it at all. The problem is, like, the people that report other people don't, they don't really like they just report the worst things that person said, right? Because they want that person banned. And then like if you really like, then you go like back into the like the chat logs, and like it's really just not that bad. It's like just a lot of shit posting. You look at Snap, I've got 6-3, 15.5 calls. Can't decide if I should leave some runners over the weekend. I mean, shit, it kind of looks good today, right? I mean, this looks great. So yeah, if you have 6 3s, I mean, they might even print today, and that decision might get made for you, right? As they push further into the money. All right, it looks like it's going vertical. So I have 20s, but they're for January. I hope they print. I think they're up, which is cool. If you were a short hedge fund, what would your end of day target be? I don't know if they care about today so much. They're still just buying puts, right? And they're out of the money puts. What's going on with GME currently? Not much. Net delta's been falling off. Some 0 DTE puts might get sold, but 0 DTE calls are likely to get sold as well. And more of them. They're already being held into losses, like pretty significant losses, especially the ones bought this morning. I'm gonna let the pores watch, but I don't know if it's gonna be on Sunday. Because we have a lot of things to discuss, like about GameStop. So generally, if like the member stream is going to be mostly about GameStop, then I open it up to the public, or about GameStop at all, really. And then if it's like other stocks and shit, then it's closed. But yeah, I always make it free if it's GameStop. And this week is going to be very much about GameStop with the shareholders meeting and the earnings coming up. Put me on the band brigade. My body is ready. Reveal your hair. What? Why? Caught me right when I was messing with my hat, too. I got COVID. Bullish. That sucks. You take a look at CERN on shift search. Weird options. What's it doing? I mean, I don't really want to, but is it doing crazy shit? I know fucking Ellison wants like a healthcare company, but honestly, like they offered CERN like the buyout at the fucking peak. Like just cancel it. Cancel the deal and fucking reposition. I mean the options are like there's barely any. What do you mean it's weird? And 20,000 and $90 puts could just be tail risk hedge. Right? Yeah, it was out at 8:30 this morning. I think it didn't look too bad. I didn't look it up. It's not that big of a deal. Struce Deuce, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
What extra year?
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us
Like
more
it
than a chance, cause we ain't no
was
coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
October.
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Oh, I saw that. How's your family member doing? I hope they're recovering well. Yeah, they are. Everything went okay. I just had a heart attack because I thought you switched to BBY instead of Snap. I was going to be poor rich. Oh, no. Yeah. Although BBY is doing well today. What's up? Are tornado alerts accurate? I've never had one. I don't know. It depends where you live. Oxybrook's $70 calls printing. Yeah. I already have a stop on them, but my PT is still 74. I think it was 74, right? Is it 74 or 72? I can't remember. $77? 72, 7201, and then after that 7840 are my next two targets. Yeah, why stop going up? Fucking almost back to where it fell off from. These calls are amazing. I got scared with earnings. Scooby-Doo, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Doesn't the fact that they're letting the price float here while loading up on out-of-the-money puts suggest they believe they have total control? Otherwise, they're the same as degen out-of-the-money call buyers. I mean, yeah, it does suggest that they feel that they have complete control. That doesn't mean it's without risk. And your DD mentioned outcome too. No recall. There could be a pre-split run-up. Could it be that this additional volume and covering is this because they know there's a split coming? No, the split's not announced yet. This is just from rolling of the options. It's exactly within the correct timeline. All the evidence points to initial covering followed by options FOMO. There's nothing to suggest that this is covering of the underlying. If we were seeing actual covering of the underlying and a share recall, we would be seeing shares returned going up and the bar rate coming down. Thank you for opening up weekend stream. Can't wait. You're the best. Thanks, Christine. No problem. As a resident poor who's never watched your weekend content, will you be shirtless? It depends. Just give Pigeon Wells voting authority on everything, and then you'll have ultimate veto power. You probably answered it a million times. What do you think that large pickup was at market open? Oh, I think we were seeing them hedge the exposure from yesterday through most of the pre-market. Remember yesterday we talked how it was about like 200 to 300,000 shares that needed to be covered? I would say that that's basically what we saw in the pre-market and going into market open. The delta hedge wasn't as like the Nave Gax wasn't as significant for today as it was on Thursday morning. Thursday morning it was like $1 million, over $1 million, or 1 million shares. Why not August 19, $10 strike? What? That's what I've been buying. Oh, I average these down. I'll probably buy August 1910s also. How much are those? I have August 1910s already, but I'll probably buy more. I probably won't buy them at these prices though, and OPEX is still a few weeks out. Where's the Tinder bot? Trying to get ready for the weekend. WeBull doing well today. Yeah, man, it's only trading at half my cost basis. It's trading at half of Ryan Cohen's cost basis too. Do you like the company or not? If you don't, sell it, move on, take your losses. If you think it's going to turn around, then fucking weigh it and stop complaining about it. You see the price being down. I see opportunity. Can we get a 510 gang subscriber level in between Pigeon Whale and Dilly? We need a lower upper class, like in real life. And what's the benefit? I'm still trying to build out the like more advanced Dillionaires level, but it's not going to come with like a different subscription. Here I was hoping my BBBY 9.5 CSP was going to be assigned. Sorry. Does Tesla run the same way GME does, or is that its own thing? It's sort of its own thing. Sometimes it matches up. I mean, big options exposure happens on the same dates everywhere. But that's mostly in line with like tech stocks moving up. How much do you think IV will go down prior to the OPEX period, say 10th of June? 10 to 20%, ideally. I mean, it would go down 30 to 40, but I don't know if they'll be able to do that in time. They can't announce an ex-dividend date set at June 4th at the June 3rd meeting. See, it's not possible. It's 10 days, man. Hey, nerd, TFT tonight? I'll try to. Dan Fried Chicken. Are pros going to be able to spam the chat with questions? No. Sabotage your air conditioning to ensure a shirtless stream. Just FYI. I see. When you get into work calls for Jimmy? After the shareholder meeting or shortly before the 17th of June, the whole period of time, I will be buying calls pretty regularly. Bastion. No problem, Halfro. What's the latest on Delta? Still falling off? Yep. Dropping like a rock. Any new thoughts on VXX? No, but it's most likely to squeeze when the market drops. I hope you bought plenty of time on the positions. I also pretty sure I told no one to play it. I just said it had potential. It will either squeeze or it won't. It's not like a sure thing. There's just a lot of similarities between the options hedging for VXX and now in the options hedging for GME in January of 2021. But there needs to be pressure on it, and pressure on VXX occurs when the market drops, right? So it's going to be shitty on days when the market's going up, and then the potential's higher on days when the market's going down. But if you don't have plenty of time on it, that's a pretty big risk. And the price of your options can fluctuate wildly as the VIX moves up and down, because it is still tracking a little bit, just not correctly. But I think Barron's said they were gonna start buying back the oversold shares, which could create pressure on it. MSN was pumping GME now. You know what that means. They need to steal people's money. What would happen to the stock if the split happens on June OPEX? That'd be crazy. What if the split is announced for 2 to 6 months out? That wouldn't be unusual. Do you play TFT with your watchers? It would be fun to play. Sure. I mean, I can, yeah. I probably have to set up a different account for that, but... Can weekend streams open to the pores be known as the nosebleeds from now on? Still downside before June OPEX, or are we holding 110? And they have puts all the way down into the 60s. I don't know how far they'll attempt to drive the price down, but I imagine they will try to drive it down quite a bit. I think once earnings comes out, if it's negative and lower than estimates, which it likely will be, because they've overestimated once again, then that gives them an excuse to drop the price without a lot of risk that someone's going to buy into it heavily. I got out of VXX. It also gives them a chance to pick up liquidity, which is important. I'll wait till SLD to buy back in before SLD. What kind of financial advice is that? It'll squeeze or it won't? I mean, that's what'll happen with it. I didn't tell anyone to play VXX. I just said weird shit was going on with it. Just because I bought options on something doesn't mean you should. If I lose $1,000 or $20,000, I don't give a shit. If you lose $20,000, you could lose a lot more than that, right? People gotta stop trying to ghost my fucking plays. You play Pokemon Snap? I don't know what that is. Probably not. I don't think you're allowed to stream Nintendo games or something, right? You mean the whole time? Do you mean the whole time between the AGM and June 17th? Yeah. I'm not very bright. How do I manage my position during MOASS? I don't care. Read the exit DD. You already know this. Why are you asking me stupid questions, Dan Almighty? Well, I've rolled my 90 CCs out a week and will look to buy back after any potential earnings crash. Okay. 1269 incoming. Yeah, it is. What if the split was announced in an obscure journal that no one reads? The split has to be announced through the SEC publicly for 10 days prior to the release of shares, or prior to the ex-dividend date, sorry. And then and then the exchange decides on the active date for the split. So if the NYSE is just like, fuck you, we're not going to do it till December, that's when the split happens. Can I have 20K? No, I'm not Oprah rich. You're not wrong, Big Dilly style. You said AMD was cheap under 100, and people complained about buying those too. I know. I don't even think I have my AMD positions on WeBull. No, I don't. I'm bearish on the SPY. I'm bearish on the market. It's not getting better. You take pictures of Pokemon. It's the dumbest game ever, but I thought it was cool when I was 7. I'm definitely not playing that. That sounds terrible. Is VWAP a great indicator to play GME VUP options off on the days of the run? It's useful to an extent. Your desire to use indicators for everything drives me insane. My BlackBerry calls I bought yesterday with GME attendees are printing. Congratulations. I downloaded Discord, so now I can hear you talk twice. If you play full bowl with some overlaps, my phone would probably catch on fire. You can't hear full bowl on the Discord. Don't worry about it, Berry Spice. What if the split is announced on a barely watched pickle-themed financial YouTube stream? Again, through the SEC, the official announcement has to be filed. What is the highest IV you've seen? It's not like a DBA where you're like, I'm gonna put it in the local penny saver. This isn't 1920. What's the highest IV you've seen on a GME option? 500 something percent. On an in the money option. Even if I was pulty rich, I wouldn't give away money. It's stupid. Any updates on your friend's loan house? He has failed to make his first payment. Don't talk like that. You're gonna get SS riled up about the NYSE delaying the split. No, they're still confused on division. Is there any examples of the NYSE doing that? All splits. Literally every split, the exchange determines the date that it becomes actionable. Since you ignore all my financial advice questions, can I DM you about kitchen advice? Yeah, absolutely. Do you trust the actual up move of the SPY, or I've already answered that, Bastion. I'm bearish on the SPY. It's a big piece of shit and our economy's fucked. Can it rally a little bit? Sure. But this rally is not great. You know? Look at our fucking high. We're still in very, very much in a downtrend. Not only that, we've broken down from our previous downtrend into an even worse lower downtrend. Just because the SPY is testing 412 is not bullish. If we break back up above 420 into like the 440, 450 range, sure. We'll talk about being bullish on the SPY again. But right now, smoldering turd. Here's a fun question. One has a lot of puts, some in the money, some not, all red. Which is smarter? Roll the highest strike out because they have the most value, or roll the out of the money ones? You'd want to roll the out of the money ones first, because they're going to decay the fastest. Windmill. Are more puts being bought? Yeah, in the money puts. If you talk about a stock, people think it's go time. I know, which is ironic given that I have to talk about stocks all day. T-Doc moving today too. Cool. That's good news for my leaps. That's fun. Can you do a member stream at your friend's grandma's house? No, I don't have like internet there or a computer set up, and I'm pretty sure the house has been abandoned for like 2 years. I don't even know if it has electricity. It must, because it's got some sort of pipe heating system, but are you gonna get any GME options today? No. Smooth made a remix and I DM'd it to you. Ugh, we're gonna get a remix of the song.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside.
This is the best thing that Smooth has ever done. Is there a reason why the whole meme stock basket is running? I thought price action we were seeing on GameStop was a result of FOMO and gamma hedging. It is. It's a result of gamma hedging on the entire basket. The only thing that's a bigger piece of shit than the spy is this remix. I stand the OGs. Do you mind sharing your GME options approach for the next couple of weeks? I went over it earlier today. I'm going to be buying calls, peanut butter and pickles, slowly, starting with October, moving closer as we approach June OPEX. Just rewind the stream and look for the part where I'm writing on the screen. I'll go over it in the members stream this weekend, which will be open to everyone. Why am I not rich yet? I don't know. Probably bad life decisions. Can you get a sad version for when it's going down? I think that was the sad version. Welcome to Cornishon. Indie Rad Mama. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate it. Smooth, you finally did something useful. You tanked the price of GameStop, you son of a bitch. You should start your own record label and call it Gherkin Records. Sorry if this is a dumb question. So in the cycle, when they, I know I've missed a bunch of fucking questions. Just ask them again or something. The fucking chat's moving too quick. Sorry if this is a dumb question. So in the cycle, when they roll forward OPEX obligations building up FTDs, does this happen across the basket? Yes, to varying degrees. That's the problem. That's why a lot of the other basket stocks aren't reliable plays. GameStop is unique. I owe you. Okay. Thanks, Indie Rad Mama. If you play it in reverse, does it sound like demonic summoning of the Danlord? I don't know. I don't know how to play it in reverse. Why is it not showing me as a Cornishon yet? Awkward. So about that. You should replay the Cornishon song. Volume's too low. Oh, because I turned it down because of the other song. I'm not a fucking DJ. I know this is a dumb question, but why are paint bushes so long? What's a paint bush? Do you have a vinyl version of that song? I don't. Sorry, I never learned how to read. Paintbrush. Why are they long? I mean, they're not all long. It's a good question. They are very long, though. But pencils are long, too. Do you like a long pencil, or do you prefer a shorter, stubbier pencil, Trash? Leverage, I'd imagine. Precision? There's probably a weight balance thing there that is useful in bipolar bear Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. Official Cornishon. I can be red. I can be red. I can be red. I can be red. What do you make of this past run having a lot larger price increase than Feb? Just more FOMO? Yeah, I mean, a lot more FOMO. Also, increased buyer rate probably made it expensive to cover and flip their leverage. So, you know, and the number of obligations is higher than what was rolled from February. D Swimo, noted. Thank you so much, man. I don't have any tattoos. It's for weight distribution, certain lengths and thicknesses for different techniques. Boom. Can we request a techno remix that focuses on violent upside? Maybe we could do like a Bohemian Rhapsody. Oh no, I have ideas. How do you see Rite Aid moving in the next 2 months? Not at all, unless someone buys it out. Thoughts on holding Cat June 17, 2020C over the weekend? I mean, Cat's uptrend's pretty reliable, but if you're in the money, it's up to you. I have 2 10s right now. I'm going to carry them over, I think. Are we sliding into that put ramp? Slowly. I keep the uni inside my apartment. I put it out on the fireplace when I use it. Like I set it up like just outside my window so that the smoke blows outside. But like the mouth of the oven is facing inside. And then I just like fucking pop my pizzas in there. I haven't used it for a while though. One second, guys. No food at my house. I'm not gone forever. Relax. Bye, Polar Bear. Thank you for upgrading to Long Johnson. I appreciate it, man. Oxy is not at an all-time high. Ah. It hasn't even hit my price target yet. Oxy's all-time high, 113.08. Realized in 2011. 52-week high, maybe. 2-year high, sure. All-time high, no. Is the bolometer still valid? Sure. What the fuck? Like a Japanese porn star. What's going on here? That was weird. Concealing your identity 1 year into the stream. Bullish. I never thought of that. I should have done that right from the get-go. There would be so many less awkward screenshots of me. Monday, 4 p.m. is late for us Europores. I know, but there's not a lot of you. You'll be able to watch it the following day. Or, I don't know. I don't know how to manage that. I have an appointment Monday earlier in the day, so I can't do it earlier. 4 p.m. is the earliest I'll be able to do it. I'm pretty sure that's why the warrior dude wears face paint. I don't think he's really saying anything that's going to endanger his personal life. Student loan forgiveness have any market impact? Not really. I want a VWAP thigh tat. Interesting. No, I have a dentist appointment. Nothing to do with health insurance. Like I'm getting like a cleaning and just a cleaning. Checkup. No, but sometimes people want to maintain their anonymity. True. Look at Sega. Is it doing big ups? Monkeypox official. This son of a bitch in fucking garbage bio stock. Hmm. Ah, fuck it. I don't care. You're gonna get the fluoride at the end? Of course. How else would I receive subliminal messages from the CIA? I went to the dentist yesterday and ended up having to have a tooth drilled for an hour straight. I would not recommend. I mean, as long as you got the goods. What if GME doesn't go down? Okay. Stays flat. Rick, I used your advice in trading education to go from negative 30K to negative 8K in 1 week. I'm confident with another stock school video, we will go green. Congratulations, Alan One. What did deep in the money calls indicate again? There are some $30 leaps. They can just be being exercised for shares, or they can be longs pushing back against the short positions. It depends on the quantities. If it's just a few, it's probably just shorts exercising for liquidity or market makers. Sometimes they're just bought and sold to capture the available arbitrage. If I just close my eyes and pretend the price is below my 100 cc's, I won't get assigned, right? That's not how that works. Huh. GME flash crash when you need one. Fun fact of the day: Roman Emperor Tiberius, that preceded Caligula, infamously mad, once went to an oracle concerned about Caligula's rise in the Senate. Before he was anointed, Caligula caught wind of the prophecy, so he ordered a bridge of pontoons to be constructed across the entire bay and rode his horse across it. I feel like there's a part missing from that. Oh, the oracle said Caligula had no more chance of becoming emperor than of riding a horse across the Gulf of Baye. Okay, yeah. In 2 years of prediction, Tiberius had died, and Caligula was set to take the throne. Before he was anointed, Caligula caught wind of the prophecy, so he ordered a bridge of pontoons. Ah, you read some things about Caligula, and you're like, this guy's the ultimate troll. And you read other things about him, and you realize he's actually just a sick fuck. Would you roll in the money CCs out soon, or wait for a possible dip in power after auto sell-offs? I'd probably wait till power hour. If you're rolling them out, it doesn't matter. You do it at the end of the day, right? I don't know what the takeaway of that story is, but I'm buying pontoons in bulk. I mean, isn't that just like your job, though? Buying pontoons and popcorn. First Watch has a menu item called $1 Million Bacon that is $7. How can they afford to lose that much money per order? Okay, fuck you, Moon One. Who saw up almost 20%? Nice. Wasn't that like a DFE play? I don't care if I get a side of my CCs. I got my $100 in premium. All right. I mean, that's pretty fucking good. Oh, you mean $1 in premium? F on. If you skip the fluoride, you're at risk of tooth decay. If it gets bad enough, you get an injection in your mouth and you can have a heart attack. Awesome. I don't skip though. I'm not skipping the fluoride. You should be skeptical about most of the things written about Caligula. Historians under the Flavians who invested interest to paint the Julio-Claudinians as bad and as bad as light as possible. Fair. I read most history as though it is fiction written by the person telling it. Well, what the actual shit? Hold on, I'm trying to find food. There's a Chuck E. Cheese in New York City? Who the fuck is ordering pizza from a Chuck E. Cheese ghost kitchen? What? Blackberry going crazy. Cool. Congratulations, Blackberry bag holders. Your day has come. What will the historians write about you? Probably nothing. Does price stabilization here support upward pressure for T+2? Not really. The Dans claim responsibility for this ghost kitchen. Chuck E. Cheese music slaps and you know it. I don't believe that. I go hang out there sometimes alone. That's not weird. Best Buy partnership with Google Chrome. Interesting. Are we supposed to believe that's all resolved, or just a reminder to stay away from short-dated puts? Yeah, I mean, we're just in between SLD cycles, right? I told you guys the market would rally, right? And then we'll start to downturn, and then everyone will post those stupid fucking memes of the '08 crash again, where they're like, look, it's exactly the same. By going crazy, they mean it's up 66 cents. Could there be an after hours run? Sure. I mean, it's possible, but I think the run is dying. As quickly as it came, so shall it go. Do I want Neapolitan pizza? Do I want pizza? I'm afraid to order anything after that fucking sandwich yesterday. That thing was a goddamn travesty. Maybe I'll get Jamaican food. Is PANW really worth $500 a share? Apparently. What's it trading at? Nope. PANW? Palo Alto? Yeah, it is. And is the company worth this much? I have no fucking clue. I'd have to do an analysis on the valuation. Looks like it lost a lot of value over the last month. It's almost like most companies are probably willing to pay for good cybersecurity. I don't know if they're good at their jobs. I'm just getting shitloads of beef patties. I don't want any ackee or oxtails. Yeah, the oxtails aren't bad. But I don't like ackee. That shit's gross. And I don't like plantains either. They're potato bananas. They're disgusting. It depends on the volatility of it. So yeah, some stocks don't have strikes. Their strikes are further apart. Venga boy, back holding my 100cc still. 165 cost basis. Don't really want to roll to the next week due to meeting. At a loss or what to do besides get assigned and play options, or roll far like July 1st. Thoughts? I mean, don't really want to roll to next week. Next week's probably your best chance of getting them back in time. Enjoy a good lunch on me today, my man. Boxem, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, yeah, next week's your best chance of getting a lower price to buy them back at. Like I said, that's what I would do if I was caught in the money covered calls right now. Is I would roll them out to next week and try to buy them back then. After a little bit of this, like all these zero DTs kind of fall off the chain and those puts take over. Thank you. Plantains are garbage, and I'm sick of people saying otherwise. How much are BBY calls when they're cheap? Really cheap. Like August 10s have gone pretty fucking low. I think just recently, I think they've hit like Shit, what it was like the other day. I think I picked some up. I missed the bottom, but they were wait, do I have my I don't have that. Yeah, they hit 136 a contract, which is fucking nuts. I think I got them up here at like 175, but they were really, really low. They're still fucking low. I mean, look where they were on the last OPEX. They hit that weird bump. They went even higher there, but that weird bump after OPEX, they were trading at like 1501, and now they're like $2. It's like a spicy. It's like a pastry roll with a spicy bean curd in it. I think it's beef or like meat, goat, lamb, something like that. Does membership include free lunch? No, it doesn't. Hmm. That's just confusing. No problem, dude. I'm not ignoring him. Yeah. Gurk, I rolled my 110 CCs to 115 CCs next week. And with Fidelity price improvement, I actually made money rolling. That was hilarious. Nice. What is HD next upward resistance? It's at 306 now. 310. Walt Schillionaire. Theoretically, is it better to roll deep in the money covered calls at a peak or during a dip? It's better to buy them back during a dip and sell them forward on a peak, but you can't have the best of both worlds. Stagnant price action like this is probably decent. I haven't picked out a lunch yet. I don't know what I want to eat. None of it looks very good. Yeah, I'll just wait. Something later. I just posted my sandwich from Mamoons in Discord general chat. Haha, fucker. That sounds really good right now, actually. The problem is I noticed you can only roll GMECC profitably to 6-3. After that, it looks like you need to spend money to roll. Hopefully they can be closed out next week. I think you have a better chance next week than this week. Dog, if you want something good looking to eat, I'll head right over. Ha! Cute. I mean, green and red are great and all, but who's got the blues? Kilometer up to date? I don't know. It's on a delay. White shirt has got the blues. So does zero DTE bag holders. Everyone's getting fucked today. The Bulls and the Bears. It's funny. TD doesn't need to seem to have a buy button for rolling options, so just sell and rebuy for later. I don't know how to use TDA. Look it up. I'm sure TDA has a roll function for covered calls though. What you do is you sell the new option and then buy back the old one. So it's not sell buy, it's buy sell. Or no. No, it's sell buy. Yeah. But it's not the same as you sell to open. There we go. You sell to open the new contract, buy to close the old one. That's how I want to say it. So you get the credit and then you buy back the old one. Well, there's a lot of long call and put flows. Wouldn't MM have every incentive to run it sideways and pocket premium? Yeah. They're doing a very good job at making sure that today is just the boringest. Volume's at 5 million today so far. Why do Fridays always suck? They're just never fun. If you were a planet, how many moons would you have revolving around you? Am I a gas giant? Or a rocky planet? Would I have rings? Your birthday was fun. The next week was weekly. The next week was briefly fun. That was like one of our only good Fridays. That was so weird. That was just my birthday present from BlackRock. I didn't eat that sandwich yesterday. That was actually fucking disgusting. Tacos? Yeah. Barbecue. Ooh. Korean food. What was the sandwich yesterday? It was supposed to be a chicken parmesan sandwich, but it was like cubed chicken, raw breadcrumbs, pasta sauce, just mashed together into like some sort of paste, stuffed into a sandwich, and coated with mozzarella cheese, but like cheap mozzarella cheese. Someone pay my rent for a month so I can YOLO options. I hate being right, but too poor to enjoy it. I know that feeling. It's the worst. Cubed chicken parm. The chef who came up with it should be banned from ever making it again. I agree. Google launching enterprise product with BB for security. Nice cover call opportunity here. Yeah, probably. No, it wasn't raw. It was overcooked. That's how you get dysentery. No, the breadcrumbs were raw. Huh. Rolling the 100 cc's to next week. Is 115 too risky? I see Delta at 0.254 from option strat. So thinking that might be somewhat safe. Fair assessment. It's a it's a little safer. And you'll probably have a shot at buying them back too, profitably. What's your prediction going into close today? How flat can we trade between all of the calls and puts? Because that's what it looks like is happening. So there's puts at 130 and there's calls at 130 and they're both just being bled to death. The puts are further dated though. These are for 6.3. These are for 5.27. So it's kind of fun to watch this happen. The market makers are just fucking everybody. Has anyone had Pung Se Woo? It's like spicy shrimp in a garlic pepper sauce. Sounds kind of good. Shrimp does have taste. If your shrimp doesn't have taste, you're eating bad shrimp or overcooked shrimp. Oh, great. They don't deliver to me. I love that. Why show it to me then, you piece of shit? Shit, man. How many times have you seen Morbius? 0. I don't know what that is. I don't plan on seeing it either. They should be getting wild caught shrimp. Fresh if you can stomach it. Where do you see Target going in the next couple of days? I bought a 165 call after earnings tanked. I still got a month until expiry. Is Target not moving up? That'd be surprising. I really need to check on my positions more often. Oh, Target looks good. It's doing stuff. And if it follows suit with Costco, it'll be back at fucking 180 in no time. Oh. Jared Leto? I can't stand him. There's a company in Florida that farming shrimp and shipping direct. Supposedly it's fed a really good diet, so it tastes better. Huh. Who needs Pornhub when you got Gherk for hours a day degrading you? Do you think 120p's have a good chance of going in the money before earnings next week? They could. They might not. Hey, Han. What's up? All right. Food. Ooh, this looks good. This place up. Do you guys ever like Google the places that you're gonna order food from before you order food from them? That's what I do. I don't like trust the ratings on DoorDash almost every time. Yeah, because you'll go look at the Google rating and it's like 2 stars, and on DoorDash it's like 4.8. What do you think about the inverse short squeeze Reddit play where you go to the short squeeze sub, find a poopy ticker, and buy puts for profits? You can do that with almost every Reddit stock play. Honestly, whatever Wall Street bets is pumping and dumping, returns on shorting the peak have always been better than actually buying the bottom. The only time people review restaurants are when there's an issue or it's really good. Like if your customers have to be passionate about the food you serve, right? Which is what you want to see. That's the kind of place you want to eat at. Yeah, I short stupid like Ader. I shorted the fuck out of Ader on the last run up. It was nice money. That thing dropped like a fucking rock. How's holding those bags, Ader people? I know you're in here. Are they heavy? They're not getting any lighter. So digital reviews have killed themselves essentially. Now you just gotta. So really, the only reliable way of knowing if something is good is buying it, determining whether it's shit or not, and then that's it. Because the reviews are all fake. Like they're either angry people or they're bots, right? To grade my 8 or harder. Hater. I don't understand why everyone's got to YOLO into dog shit stocks because they're cheap. If there's one commonality between all of those garbage squeeze plays, it's that like the underlying stock is cheap. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking for a stock with a huge float that's dirt cheap. And you know, in a market where you literally get what you pay for, a capital market, don't you think the better things are a little more expensive? Right? Like pay for some quality in your stocks. Don't be afraid of the price. What you're paying is the value. You said same advice for your next sandwich. I am. Get this. Boom. Huh. Zoom out. I feel like being a Pi-Fi fan with a humiliation fetish is that you just play the opposite of Gurk and get your rocks off for nothing extra. Thanks, Bronze Trash Can. Use the same advice for your next sandwich. Oh, yeah, I already did. You sound like you're drugged and you're about to sleep. So I woke up really early this morning to check the pre-market. And I wanted to check the OI, and then I tried to go back to sleep, and I fell asleep for like, I don't know, like 30 minutes. So I got a total, this week, I've slept for a total of 6 hours and 47 minutes. So I'm a little worn out going into the Friday, but you know. Quit staying up so late. Quit telling me what to do. You're not my dad. You're gonna die at 45. I know. That's what fuels my ambition, popcorn trader. Yeah, not really into that trash, sorry. Now I'm sad. I don't even take Adderall. I just drink coffee. I don't need Adderall to stay awake all night. I don't have sleep apnea. I've been checked for it. Or maybe I do. I don't know. I don't think I do. Ignore the normies. I sleep 3 to 4 hours, so every 35 to 40 in my mid 40s and still kicking. I've done the math. I've been conscious as much as a 75-year-old that sleeps 6 to 8 hours every night. Nice. Yeah. More time to get shit done. You only need like 4 hours of sleep, right? Something like that. My favorite dirt cheap stock is purple. That one's actually kind of interesting. Every once in a while, there'll be a dirt cheap stock that I don't hate fully. Are you shorting it though? Like you think they're gonna go out of business, right? Their big move is gonna be to open up retail locations for their shitty plastic beds. Yeah, I don't wake up with a headache or a sore throat. I very rarely get headaches. EA? Not really. You think of their prime for a buyout? Sony, maybe? Resident Mozart made check accounts. Do you believe in life after love? Into do you believe in VUP after VUP? You know what, Doric? Just send me another entropy chart. I want to know what's going on at this moment, and then also at 2 p.m. Do you hate Express? No, I just don't think it's like going anywhere. Heading out to Austin, Texas. Nice, Keith. The reason 2 to 4 hours of sleep a day is called combat sleep. Only soldiers in a war can afford that little sleep. I mean, isn't that what's going on here? Not to sound like a Chad, but you teach her tricks to my girlfriend. She seems to get headaches every night when I'm around. That's because she's already satisfied. Sorry, trash. Next time I'll give you a heads up. Would you wake up with an attached sore throat if you slept behind the Wendy's? I mean, yeah, if you fall asleep behind the Wendy's, all your orifices are going to be sore. Can you look at tossed undervalued options chain breaking up? How undervalued? Like market makers missing what percentage? This was the fucking this is like the POS service for restaurants, right? It's interesting, but I think they can dump shares still. So I'd be careful with the upside on this. People have been buying this forever. It's done nothing but go down. So I think that's why maybe the market makers aren't pricing in a lot of upside. It is running though. Volume's not really picking up. Like after this initial bounce off of 11, volume's been dying off. So this is gonna. I mean, even if it tests 17, I think it's gonna kind of flatline there. Hard to say, but PS just said they're not done acquiring yet. Okay. Interesting. I'm asking questions from the perspective of others. Best way to turn 100 shares of GME into 200, 1,000. Become the world's best day trader. I mean, sell covered calls. Both of those are options. Day trading would be faster, obviously, but riskier. Higher risk, higher reward. You don't have to day trade GameStop though. That's what I don't understand about people who are like, oh, like, you know, I have to trade my GameStop. There's other stocks that you can trade and build up capital and spend that on GameStop. You don't have to day trade GameStop. Yeah, DRSing your shares doesn't turn them into more shares unless you buy more. He's talking about leveraging an asset to generate capital to increase the leverage of the asset over and over. It's exciting shit. It really is. It's almost like you can take money and then you can turn that into more money. Even small amounts of money can potentially be turned into large amounts of money over time. Down 35% on my 100,000 Luna. Do you think I'll get that 10 pounds back? No. Retail financial services are going to continue to make money with continued high demand. You don't think people will pull back on restaurants? I mean, I suppose the full gamut of restaurants is going to be interested in using POS systems, not just like sit down restaurants, but like fast casual, fast food, things like that. So sure, but I still think they can dilute. I'd have to look into it before I was interested in buying more. I only buy in batches of 100 now, just for the CC market. I mean, you should always buy in batches of 100 if you can. Do you have any recommendations for other stocks that are good day trade plays? The SPY. Real Giga Chad traders day trade the bond market or futures. How do you day trade and not get watch sales? What do you mean? Why would you get? I mean, you don't give a shit, first of all, but why would you get watch sales? Don't lose money? That's the first rule. EPA making a nice ascending triangle on the 5-minute. It's looking good. I'm not really concerned with it on the day to day. I own it. I expect it to go higher. I have some options. If you get wash sales, you aren't day trading very well. Yeah. Why is everyone so obsessed with wash sales? Who gives a shit? You just, oh, it's like, I can't write this tiny loss off on my taxes. Big fucking deal. You can only write off like $3,000 a year in losses anyway. It's because they're day trading GME. I had $90,000 in wash sales in 2021. Yeah, even if you get taxed on shit, you're still up. $3K write-off for the next 15 years. It's funny, guys at work bring up the futures market to me, but then they admit they don't understand options. So you're just a Chad on Market Watch. The Chads on Market Watch don't even understand what they're talking about. Yeah, you can net against gains plus 3,000. Hello, fellow U.S. citizen. What's up, Gaff? Are you eating kava? Cheaper options, generally. Like, really expensive stocks have really, like, the delta value is really high, right? So the contracts are really expensive. So we turning the granny house into a TikTok, the granny shack into a TikTok house, or what? I don't know. We'll see. I want to remind Gaff when he said ETFs didn't have an effect on the underlying, and just say I'm right. Did you hear that, Gaff? Brokers won't let you trade if you end up with too many wash sales. Switch to a different broker. That's the best way to fix PDT and GFEs and wash sales. You just take your money, then you go, fuck you guys, I'm out. And you go to someone else who's like, hey, bring us your money. I don't know about y'all, but I burned about 3 brokerages this year. I don't know. Maybe I should invite Gaff to the new VC tonight. Are we gonna do the VC tonight? Turd, what are you doing tonight? Are you busy? You wanna go on a date? What's BBY doing? Going back down? Ah, lame. Ooh, free money. We talking crypto? No. Talking GME. You don't have to come. That's fine. A Friday night consists of watching Elmo and drinking. There's nothing like getting drunk with toddlers. I don't have a toddler, and my night will also consist of watching Elmo and drinking. I already made the cover call School of Stonk video. I mean, yes, we're gonna need a bear in the room because tits are gonna get jacked, right? And that's a problem. Um, always. Also, some regulatory concerns. Did you get my question on the Discord last night, by the way, Goff? I know Squirrel kind of weighed in a little bit, but he's kind of busy. Do you know how the OCC collects collateral on covered calls? Do they wait till they're in the money, or do they just collect it up front from the brokerage? I can get closer to the mic. Bipolar bear. CYNGN collaborates with Qualcomm to exhibit industrial autonomous mobile robot technology powered by Qualcomm Robotics RB5 platform at Hanover Mess Expo. CYN up 30% on this news. Market cap $60 million. Ooh, that's exciting. Robots? I'm not buying into the first generation of robots. Right? Or am I an idiot? What about Elon's robot? I thought autonomous vehicles were coming next year. Yeah, we got rejected on the technical trend also. Peanut butter pickles. I saw that. Or similar. I think mine was running a little higher, like 149. I might have been at. No, I was doing a sarcasm because Elon always says that we're going to have autonomous vehicles next year, but they never show up. How long before people start sticking their pickles in robots? I don't know, but it can't be good for humanity when it happens. My car will drive itself just fine into the driver in front of me's car. Thank you very much. Can you get good banh mi in New York City? There's a couple places that are decent, but they're not very close to me. Also, I'm not really in the mood for that. I expect that the market makers are going to make as much money today as they feasibly can. Tyler. Which means we're doing this. So a lot of this. We'll see some movement after zero DTs begin to sell off. But we got a little while. See my question about how sober / not high do I need to be on the VC tonight? I don't care. It's Friday. Go nuts. I can get hammered and look at regulations. It means it's being valued at less than its earnings. So I'm finding that once I have Jimmy calls over 100%, setting stop limits on the minimum profit I'm willing to take helps with my greed and profits. Yeah, that's a very good way of handling it. No, Han, you're not part of the quant team. You're not invited, Stefan, at all. Nobody tell Stefan where the party's at. But you can't pay to be part of the meeting either. It's not for sale. It's going to be on my Discord, Gaff. Yeah, I'll send you an invite. Can you stream it for the pigeon whales? When I say that, though, me looking at regulations would be way more beneficial than 99% of people looking at those regulations in chat now. I finished law school like 2 weeks ago. Are you are you a securities lawyer? Or you can just read through the jargon because that's your new jam. Twitter spaces? Disgusting. Never. Bird law. I saw your slide, Stefan. It was very nice. Look at all these people trying to vie for your job, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. I would be interested in listening to it later, like a podcast. I would like to learn what you all do by immersing myself in it. Maybe one day. Oh, it's the butt touching emoji. Whatever happened to that? That used to be so popular. But have you checked out Bob Loblaw's law blog? I haven't. Markets really haven't moved since 11. What we're waiting for, something is happening. I can feel it. Whether end of day here or Tuesday. Okay. Never. Why would I put a bread emoji in my name? Okay, found my notes. What was the OCC question? When does the OCC collect collateral for covered calls? Do they wait till they're in the money, or do they collect collateral from the brokerage immediately upon selling? Because you were secretly my friend and we both know it, sir. What does that have to do with bread? If you don't think short hedge funds or MMs can kick past June, then why October? Why August? Why not just mid-July contracts? More theta and less risk. What if there's something we don't know? That's why. I've always been confused by the bread emojis in the Discord. I don't know what goes on there. It's a silly place. There are many things you don't know, Gaff. Like apparently what the OCC does with options collateral. Unless you do know, in which case tell me. I read through like fucking 80 different documents last night and I couldn't get any straight answer. It seems arbitrary at best, which seems like a terrible way to handle that amount of collateral every day. Hey, ups. Here we go. My 285 is gonna print. Maybe. What do we got? We're not even in power hour yet. Yeah, it could be a dark pool dump. You confirm my bias that we've been inverting the market most of the day. Yeah, for the most part. 2 p.m. Time for things to get entropic. Where's my sweet, sexy chart update? I'm trying to figure out when the OCC collects collateral for sold covered calls from the brokerages. I'm trying to determine if they handle it on like a per contract basis automatically, or if they're just taking like capital or collateral up front uh based on liquidity requirements like over a period of time. Do you still think June OPEX will have more price action than this run? I mean, that's what the options indicate. This run was triggered by the rolling of like 20,000 puts on XRT. June has almost 200,000 open contracts, which is 10x this. Relax, the volume's already dying off. We'll probably see puts and calls dump. Arbitrary pricing. In March, it was like 40,000, I think. For sure, MTB. Yeah, it was about 100K. More theta in August calls protects against SEC halts, which can last up to 30 days. That's true. No, I would say exposure next week is minimal. 6.3, 90, and 95 Cs are feeling safe anymore. Upon assignment, would it make sense to sell CSPs and buy August or Jan calls? Six, 3, 90, 95. Yeah, you just sell CSPs and try to get back in. That's your best bet of bridging the gap. When does the August call chain open up? It should be open already, but it's not. Better to roll up and out in the money CCs on the dips. Rolling a 120 to 130 Jan 3rd was a 165 credit at 130 and 0.10 now. Nice. I mean, ideally, you would sell to open the naked call on the way up, and then you would buy to close the other call on the way down. I find it troubling that a good options trader has more to do with understanding weird, obscure, can kicking loopholes than actual value fundamentals of the company. This is not efficient. GameStop is not trading based on its valuation. It's trading based on its volatility. It's still not inefficient. Oh, I've gone blurry again. Why does this keep doing this? Short hedge funds hacking the stream. DMs. Ooh. OCC employs a collateral risk management policy to govern the types of assets that OCC will accept as collateral. Collateral valuation, how collateral eligibility is determined. And change in addition, the policy describes the risks associated with collateral and key components of the collateral management process. OCC holds three basic pools of collateral: margin deposits in lieu of margin and clearing fund deposits, each of which collateralizes a different set of obligations as standard tricks. Okay, yeah, but which of those three do covered calls on the brokerage side fall into? I assume the clearing fund. But is that funded on a per trade basis? Or is it funded based on closing OI? To manage the credit risk posed by its clearing members, OCC collects margin collateral both daily and intraday. I don't see anything to suggest this is different for covered calls. Okay. So the OCC's, when you sell a covered call, the OCC is essentially collecting the collateral from the brokerage right away. This is I mean, this is the point I'm trying to determine, is in this point, at that point in the trade, like you've sold your covered call, it's been purchased, then it needs, like, the collateral needs to be verified, right? And so the OCC verifies the collateral on the covered call intraday per trade. Okay. And so then interesting. I think there is a strong correlation between increased sale of calls on GameStop and the borrow rate. I think that's accurate. The clearing firm is taking the risk for your transaction. They show collateral for your transaction immediately. Okay. Interesting. Now, on collateralized shares, you would assume that the brokerage would not risk those shares in their lending pool. Now, I know they're more than willing to double lend a share, but if the chances of that share being removed are high, that seems like a lot of risk to take on. So Pickle Gang done goofed itself. No. Well, it's interesting. Or is there, well, and more importantly, there would be another way to squeeze shorts if this is true. Because you could do the same with cash collateral. That has nothing to do with DRS. Yeah, I understand that the collateral itself can just be cash. But wouldn't the broker, for their own internal risk management, not want to lend shares that are already being collateralized? Or do you think they just don't even care? It's possible that they don't care. I'll agree that, you know, the cash loss might be worth it in terms of lending fees. OCC limits cash deposits. Interesting. Yeah, I know that the OCC determines the eligibility of the collateral from what I found out last night. So there's only so much liquid cash that they can use to collateralize like sold covered calls. It's a percentage. Obviously, that percentage isn't disclosed. It's, I'm sure, determined per participant, but what do you think the true value of GME is if you overlook all the nonsense? I mean, nonsense on the bullish and bearish side. Probably somewhere to like $60 to $100 currently. Once they get some more revenue streams up and running more, like 200, 250, 5 years, more than that. It's not going to trade at like some crazy forward valuation in a bear market, right? That's getting trimmed off companies like Tesla and Amazon and Google. The value of shares is much greater than the price of the stock though, due to volatility. Well, that's the thing, is that like if exercised, the shares have to be provided, not cash. So while you can collateralize puts with cash, you need shares to collateralize the covered calls. They can use other securities and credit statements to provide collateral as well. I think there's very little overlap here, honestly. Okay. Use cash. Okay. Still interesting. I mean, at least in the data we have, there's a correlation between sold calls and increases in borrow rate. But the same is also true for sold in the money puts. Both have the same effect. This looks like a breakout. Curious. They're gonna fail? I mean, if they shorted it, well. I think the CC massacre is overstated. People can just roll their covered calls. The risk is minimal. Even if they're assigned, they can just buy their shares back. Greg's day was totally different. I was YOLOing into calls fucking all the way into the peak of the run. This week was don't sell covered calls till Wednesday, and then some people did. AMD looking delicious right now. It was looking more delicious at like $80. Who's that on Capcan's tax break if you get assigned? So then roll. I mean, you can sell a contract without underlying shares, but you'd be selling a naked contract. You can sell naked calls. And some people can. Are you picking up GME calls today? I have a straddle on GME right now. So whichever way it moves, it'll likely move very hard in that direction. Which day was frags? Well, interestingly, March 21st, and also November 23rd. If you have margin, yeah. I ended up ruling from 120 this week to 135 next week. No loss. Really need RC to start shorting GME again. That's only if you have higher levels of options trading. Yeah. But I mean, brokerages absolutely have higher level options trading. You bought into your straddle already? What strikes do you like? I'm just at 130. How do we get margin from IBKR? Call? I don't suggest using margin unless you were very experienced at options trading. You'll just lose more money than you have. What espresso bean are you using these days? Oh, the same one. It's like that Sumatra medium dark roast. Set updated TOS options if you want it. Oh, thanks. I have Chameleon here. Also. Interesting. Puts are it's all just fucking all the flow is for 0 DTEs. And they're all spreads. Everyone's just fucking straddling it right now. Puts destroyed me again. Puts on what? Are you just playing 0 DTEs? Or on the spy? Are you not getting enough theta? Or are you just hitting your risk over and over? Upon intra-month resizing, clearing members are given 2 business days to fund any clearing fund deficits. Okay. Interesting. It should be known as Moonwind Day. Too poor to roll. You should be able to roll in a positive credit. I can't hear you, Moonwind. You're not a billionaire anymore. Do you see that? I've been sending you snippets in DMs. Wait, did you? Oh. Sounds like each broker has a clearing fund with lots of money, and when the margin requirement of a position goes up, that excess can cover it. Clearing fund is a big pool of money. Yeah, I know that. Ooh. Creation of liquidating settlement account. Look for sections that specifically apply to the sale of covered calls. Because I think I read this one already. Daniel Taylor. This is one of the ones I looked up or I found last night. Picked up Lavazza espresso beans from Costco. New to me. Do you approve? They're okay, but they're usually very stale is the problem. The problem with buying beans from a grocery store instead of a roaster is that the beans are usually very old. And so you don't get the best flavors out of them. Although the Lavazza espresso is very balanced. I use it for cleaning my grinder. I know that sounds like an asshole thing to say, but no, it doesn't like it has kind of a neutral flavor, so it doesn't really affect the flavor of like my other beans. If anyone got assigned on CCs this week, it's either because they wanted to or have no idea what they're doing and should stop selling CCs. Yeah, I agree. That's on using margin to sell PMCCs for infinite free money glitch. There's still risk on PMCCs. How can I be as pretentious as you? I don't know. Long option positions held in a clearing member's omnibus securities customer account to which the clearing member has not issued spread instructions pursuant to OCC Rule 611. Segregation of long positions are not given any value in the OCC margin calculations for such accounts for investor protection reasons. As a result, these segregated long positions do not offset any short positions carried in such accounts. Proprietary accounts and market maker accounts, in contrast, are margined on a net basis. Interesting. Ooh, this is a fun rabbit hole. I like this. Keep digging. Uh, I mean, not long positions, because these would be short options positions. They're sold. But it gives an idea. It's closer. You're saying those beans are bland. Sort of, yeah. And stale. Who needs a coffee bean flavor when you can just have 20% coffee, 80% cream sugar ratio? That's the way to do it. USOTA. I looked at this one before. I don't really care that much about it. It's just the same shit as the rest of oil going up. Yeah, it's just climbing. All oil is climbing. We're moving into summer. Not only is it seasonal, but oil's just been rising anyway. I disagree. What do you disagree with? Just arbitrarily? Is there something specific? Yeah, I read that one, but I don't think it's applicable because it's long side, not short. Yeah. It's interesting that it's not netted against the shorts, I guess, but Dixie TA? Jesus Christ. If the packaging your beans come in doesn't have a roast date on it, it's not worth buying and it's probably stale. Well, not only that, but you don't want the roast to be too old. That people should stop selling covered calls because they have bad luck. No, I think that people should stop selling covered calls if they don't know what they're doing and take some time and learn about the simplest of options strategies because it really is just very simple. I mean, I closed out my cover calls the second we hit like an upside, like the second we started to shift momentum to the upside. And then I've sold cover calls throughout the whole run profitably. I mean, there's no reason to ever get a side on cover calls unless you either A want to or B you don't know how to manage the position. And you're not losing money. That's not how that works. If you sold cover calls below your cost basis, you've taken a loss on your position, but you can also just buy back at that same price. That would mean GameStop never goes to 100 again, which is very unlikely. It's mostly greed. There's a lot of people selling in the money cover calls on the run. School stock video might need a part 2. Practicing analysis, my hourly follows the trend perfectly, but on the minute it isn't even on the trend. Does that mean it's wrong? No. Also, the trend lines move when you shift time frames. GameStop will never go to 100 again. You can just at me next time, shill. I sold CCs on BBBY above my cost basis and will learn painfully. What's this? Oh, lost it. There before messing with GME shares. I think I would rather panic about my calls getting exercised and blame someone else for my own financial decisions. Okay. Since I've blown up a bunch of puts that are in the money, burning out before my eyes, instead of selling shares, I'm selling 150 cover calls for next week, come what may. I'm not overly concerned with next week unless they drop some massive bomb, but I'm not selling covered calls into it either. There's your update. Now show wrists. There it is. Wow. What an exciting 2 p.m. You take a quick peek at Costco. It looks like it's ready for a move to the upside. I've been in Costco since it bottomed out. Yeah, it's gonna probably keep moving up. I think it's gonna move probably back up into this range. At least that's my price target, like 478. Maybe a little lower. I guess I could be more conservative and say here, but I think it's gonna break above this. 470. It's right at where I kind of plan to exit, but I have a trailing stop set already. Were there people that didn't buy Costco at 400? I mean, that's an insane deal. Their earnings weren't that bad, which helped. I had to hedge the earnings. So I lost a little bit of money on the position because I lost the premiums on the hedge. It only dipped like overnight and then it ran back up the next morning, so my fucking puts got burnt, but was an EPAM, so no Costco for me. EPAM's doing good. Especially if you got in on that little dip over the last couple days. Like this. If you got in like these 4 days, this is a really good entry when it dipped back below this resistance here at 322. I picked up some more shares kind of on the low end here. I don't think I nailed the bottom, but and I got some calls yesterday while it was moving up. Also, how would you hedge an out of the money contract for June? A weekly, monthly, just as far out of the money or closer? You hedge an out of the money one by buying a nearer the money call. You can do it for the same expiration, or you can do it for a closer one if you only expect upside in the near term. I put money in BTC puts instead. Fair. I grabbed a 420C at EPAM. I couldn't pass it up. I hope you have some time on that because it could be a while before it hits 420. I think 360 near term. I think it'll move on it when it breaks out. I think it'll really move, but I still think like 360, 380 are going to present some resistance. It could stabilize in those ranges. Would buying 20 Ps to hedge your position for earnings be a bad play? $20 puts for GameStop earnings? I don't think you're going to get enough volatility to the downside for those to print. The stock's definitely not going to drop to 20 bucks. SPY 500 end of year. I doubt it. Like a year? I don't know if you need a year, Gaff. I don't think they were super overvalued before the war. Like they were trading at a pretty fair rate. And their revenue's good. I can't see why interest wouldn't pick up if the economy gets worse. If the conditions of the war get worse, that could be a problem. So I guess that's something you have to factor in a little bit. I haven't seen that sketch, Johnny LaRue. See you later, Jason. Have a good one, man. Okay, so Monday, 4 to 5 p.m. I think there'll be some growth resistance in the coming months because of it. Think the trend up, but if the war is still on, any large upside, I think, is a risk. If the war ends, it's gonna fucking rocket. It's gold, Girk. Gold. I'll check it out. I love Larry David, so I reported that pool. Don't question me. You don't have to come to the member stream, Gav. Don't tell me what to do. So my 100cc is for sure getting called away since Fidelity won't let me buy back my call with unsettled funds. Is it a good or great idea to YOLO? Do you have GFVs? The entire 10K into August GME calls. I mean, you can. There's a lot of risk there. I feel like that's something that's going to happen no matter what I say about it, is people are going to take capital and instead of selling CSPs and getting their shares back, are going to fucking YOLO it into options. But, you know, that's your decisions, not mine. What would I do? I'd get my shares back. The shares are an appreciating asset. The options are a depreciating asset. So, well, I mean, one could argue that they're both depreciating over the last 52 weeks, but still, yeah, I would want to get my shares back. Those aren't GFEs, they're a different violation. PDT? Senior Gurk, what's a good strategy to hedge near the money puts for next week? You can buy calls near the money? It's called a straddle. You can sell. No, it's not really gonna help you much. Yeah, probably just a straddle. How's your straddle set up? I have calls and puts at 130. Right now the calls are up. I kind of wanted to sell the calls here, but I'll hold it and just actually wait for a serious move. This 3% nonsense bullshit. Free ride violations. Yeah, but if your funds settle, you're not going to get a free ride violation. Which is essentially a GFE. When does your straddle expire? Next Friday. I'm only holding it up to earnings. I'm not holding it through earnings. Buy Costco. I don't have enough money left to shop at Costco. Anyone know how Vanguard handles assignment if I have an open CC expiring today for say 120 and I buy a 125 also expiring today? Does this void assignment? I have an open CC expiring for today for say 120. I buy a 125C also expiring today. No, that doesn't avoid assignment. They don't cancel each other out. You can sell a 125C and buy back your 120C. Yeah, I'm restricted just like that guy. I don't know if I've ever gotten a free ride violation. I have a burning question that's been bugging me for a while. Is math related to science? Yes? Chart confirming entropy being dumped. I know. Is it possible they roll their XRT puts before June OPEX? Yes, they can. How is anyone taking all these risks without understanding the basics? My lord. I don't know. It's not even, I mean, it's not even that much of risk. It's just, you know, annoying, right? It's more of an annoyance. Like, you have to wait for the price to drop again to buy back in. Or, you know, you need to sell cover calls or CSPs where the differential in premium nets you the same cost basis. I think the biggest issue is obviously losing your long-term holdings, but we've discussed that a bunch. I mean, this is the same reason I don't sell like 100% of my port at any one time in covered calls, because you'd never be able to, if the stock ran, you can't pull it back. You have to keep, if you're managing options positions, you need to keep money on the side to manage the position. Stop fucking YOLOing into shit, whether it be covered calls or long calls, like Wall Street bets degenerates. Those guys would make a shitload more money if they fucking managed their positions properly. People say I'm the idiot. No, I just say you are an idiot, not you not, it's not singular. There's many. Lemon so I can send it to my friend. All gas, no brakes. What could go wrong? You're not my dad. You don't give them missing pieces to the puzzle. How's that a missing piece? It's like, oh, if this position moves south against me, I'm gonna need to buy it back. Maybe I should ensure that I have a little money on the side. I feel like what people did was they sold fucking, this is probably what happened more than anything. I almost guarantee it. And people won't admit to it, but they sold like 100 CCs once the stock already started to run to grab max premium and then use that premium to buy calls that they got fucking burnt on, right? And now they have no money left to buy back their CCs. That's not an assumption. Someone will admit to it. At this point in time, do you think August options are too risky for alleged June VOP? No. I bought puts 610 100p when the price was 125 2 days ago. I'm down 33% on them. Hold until hold them until Tuesday, Wednesday, or sell now. I would hold them. 100p? I mean, you're a little bit far away, but I think you could at least get a better exit price on them. I mean, you're not too far off 125, so your break even's probably not terrible. It's moving further away, but I did. There's one. I feel personally attacked. Stop reading my mind. I wish I was that smart. That was my plan. I was too slow, so I didn't do anything. Of course, that's what I did. Why are you so mean? Selling 0.2 Delta CCs or 102 saved me. Gave me room to roll out and up. Yeah, that's the point. Why do we have a camera in my living room, you creep? Wow, is it still an assumption, Bipolar Bear? My favorite is doing put spreads where you take the premium to buy another put spread and take that premium to do it again till you net zero and then hope it doesn't move against you. Here come all the degens outing themselves. I sold a 527cc at 100, but I was able to roll to 617, 110 for $2 debit. Okay, that's not bad. That's not what I did. I sold two 120s near end of day Wednesday because I thought that was the end of the mini May OPEX run. Yeah, I sold CCs there too. I bought them back this morning. I really wish I hadn't. For the last hour, I've been listening to yesterday's stream without realizing it. The hedgies are never gonna win against us. About a 135 put call spread for next Friday. We flat now. Nice. But you talk about stocks, and I'm a narcissistic idiot, therefore nothing is ever my fault. Why did you let me get burned on CCs? Oh well. Haha. If you can't afford to roll, you've sealed your fate. Yeah, I mean, that's something to remember. And that's why you don't take high delta risks. You don't fucking. That's the problem with what Moonwind does, right? Is Moonwind sells these really short term high delta calls and he like full ports his fucking options into them because he likes the rush. So he's selling like 0.45s, like minutes before close. And then, because he's full ported into them, he's got no capital on the side to buy them back if it goes south. So if the stock moves up $1, he's fucked. Which we've talked about almost every Friday for a year as we root for Moonwind to get assigned. I thought that was a lesson that would have been learned by everybody, but no. Think about keeping cash on the sidelines. Are you guys familiar with the term from like RPGs or well anything? Out of mana? If you have no money on the sidelines, you can't cast your spells. You convinced me. I'm pretty good at understanding degenerate psychology, Bipolar Bear. At heart, I am one too. I don't know. Probably not. They probably wouldn't want a camera crew inside their fund. How is this for a degen? I sold some Jan 10p on BBBY to fund my buys at the same date, $5 calls. I think at this point, this might need to be Carl's week. A prolonged Freg's Day event when a mod inferred expert started selling deep in the money CCs like a true G-Gen and inspired all the noobs. Interesting. I rolled my 100cc to the same strike next week and somehow collected another $50 premium, but I still have no idea how to get out of it profitably. I mean, you've bought yourself time to get out of it. not necessarily profits. Another $500, yeah. $5 premium. Found your rule on margin. Ooh. Oh, you beautiful bitch. What do we got here? Oh, holy shit. My chair almost just launched me onto my desk. 9 a.m. Central Time. Each business day, a corporation shall make available to each clearing member a daily margin. So the amount of margin required by the corporation on the clearing member short positions and options, including future options and commodity options, are subject to the corporation's margin requirement pursuant to any participating COO agreement. The corporation shall be authorized to withdraw from the clearing member's bank account established in respect of any account an amount of equal to such deficits shown on the daily margin report. All errors in the daily. Okay, this isn't implying non-cash collateral. Why we see a rip at 10 a.m.? Yeah, it could be. In the event the stock option call contract with respect to which specific deposits are made is adjusted to require delivery of property different from or in addition to the security underlying such contract, such specific deposit shall be disregarded except to the extent that the deposit security is deliverable upon exercise, provided that if the adjustment requires the delivery of securities other than the securities included in the deposit shall be disregarded in its entirety, and provided further that the deposit shall not cover any obligation to deliver cash. Fuck yes. Holy shit. What the fuck is that? Hold on. Okay. It's me, your Dan. Good job, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. I don't mind losing my shares. I'm here for the enlarged CNUS that comes as a membership perk. It means that the OCC demands the deposit of securities to the security collateral for the contract. Does not accept cash. Very compelling, which means that when you sell a covered call, and that covered call goes in the money, maybe not even in the money, actually. I need to read through it some more. Oh, there was a giant hornet that came in my apartment that I had to kill dead. It was like this fucking big. That's not to scale. Do I have like something I can put in my hand? Like that big. A big fat fucker. He's dead now. I killed him with my options as a strategic investment. But, whew, that was close. It was a VWASP. Okay, so now the question here is: are all these degenerate CC selling motherfuckers starting MOASS? You just theta ganged that wasp. He expired out of the money. Someone was like, it's the SS drone guy. Well, if that's the case, then selling. Here's what's funny: if you sell the same contract, so selling of in the money puts, no, buying of in the money puts. Wait, selling of in the money puts. Same like better call option. Ooh, bull put spreads. Bull put spreads cause MOASS. How do I explain that? Oh well, that was exciting. Spreads that poors can't do for MOASS. Yeah, right. Quick bull put spread school stock video. We already explained bull put spreads. Get spread, take premium, buy more spread over and over. Mod me this instant, you shall. It's never gonna happen, man. When no means no. Alright, dude? Stop pressuring me. Bull put spreads would not do it. The broker would not need much collateral in that case. I mean, they would. They would still have to collateralize the sold put, but then you get a credit, which you can use to buy long calls, which can then go in the money, driving up market maker exposure. It's very exciting. It's not going to happen, but it's very exciting. Just explain how it can go wrong if the price drops at all. I think it might be inspiring people to be more degenerate with these spreads. Yeah, don't do these, guys. They're very risky. Very, very risky because they're a credit spread, and then there is no downside. If you move down, you get margin called. But this is what, I mean, technically, it's what caused the January run up, right? It was the put selling. Like everyone was talking about the put selling, but the fucking idiots over at Wall Street Bets were selling puts and buying calls because they were infinitely bullish and they didn't care about getting margin called for their entire mother's brokerage account. Either way, they were never going to sleep with their wife again. Where's the link for this doc? I'll get it for you. Daniel, can you give me the doc? Oh, yeah, I got it right here, Daff. I'll DM you. corporation generally requires funding of required cash deposits 5 days before the date of a projected settlement obligation, but may require funding up to 20 business days before the projected date as facts and circumstances warrant. Interesting. I wonder if that applies to hard to borrow securities. Wait, sell unsecured put, use credit to buy a long call. I mean, that's even stupider. With a secured put, it's safer. I mean, you can lose all your credit, but it depends on if you sell the put naked or not, Dave. If it's covered, if it's cash secured in the money put, then yeah. I've got some 631s heads and 130Ps down a bit. Should I hold or bail now? Take the L? I'm holding some 130s. I'm gonna continue to hold them. I think the price is gonna drop next week. It's up to you though. I mean, some would not want to carry them through the weekend. It's also a 3-day weekend, so don't forget you're gonna lose even more theta on the contracts before Monday. Maybe I'll close them. I don't know. We'll see. What's the SPY doing into close? Just absolutely fucking ripping. Well, there's that 414 test. 414.10 was it? You fucking piece of shit. Let's 413. Oh, this is the Renko chart. Maybe 413. 413, 414, like 16. 414, 16, 413. This is the resistance where it's trading at right now. I'm gonna tighten up my stop there. Did I carry that over the weekend? I shouldn't, right? That's the high test. I don't think your Discord audio is on. Oh shit. Sorry, guys. Yeah, fuck that. I'm just gonna close these. synthetic long. It's a credit spread, but it's a synthetic long. Right? Yeah. Because it's a short put long call. Is it going to keep climbing? Yeah, fucking of course it is. That doesn't look. Yeah, Options and Strategic Investments, a good book. If Kenny placed you with a synth and the lost attack, blink twice and lick your lips. No, it's still me. Down for 0 DT, NVIDIA 190 YOLO? No. Thursday Gex. Maybe. Sure, but like, it's not a spread strategy, but it is a credit strategy. Extra bullish. I wonder what the capital outlay would be for that. It's got to be low, right? Well, if you're not paying for the put. Short put long calls, super bull degen play. I think it's a synthetic long, if I'm remembering the name properly. It's so risky though. It's like I'm riding my 130Cs. Goodbye, Straddle. Let's fucking go to the moon. RC tweet? What did he say? He's lurking. I'm pretty sure that's just a Costco hoodie, by the way. I think I have one too. He said he's lurking in chat. I don't think he's talking about us. Proof or ban? I think I have one in my... I wonder if it's packed. I'll try to find it. Didn't I wear it on stream one day? Everyone was like, where did you get RC's hoodie from? Although I feel like there's a lot of hoodies with just like piping on the shoulders. Hi, Mr. Cohen. What if RC's JC? What if JC is in fact RC? Is it smart to roll in the money CC to later date, or should I cut my losses and buy into close? In the money CC, it's smarter to roll it. Because you might be able to buy it back cheaper. And the spy peaked, I think. I'd love to live in a world where RC is obsessed with Guybrush. Imagine RC walking into the GameStop you work at. Imagine working at GameStop and not knowing having any idea who the fuck he is. I believe that RC has seen the stream and is working with your data. Change my mind. Okay. I'm not gonna. I agree his BBBY buy-ins were way too well timed. But I mean, he may just have his own data on the same thing, right? That doesn't necessarily mean it's my data. The data should be the same if it's correct. If you paper hand like a bitch, finally hoping to get a lower cost basis, an expected share drop, would you be nervous if approaching previous cost basis? No. Moonwind's not RC. I've seen what he looks like. Trash Dan is Ryan Cohen. Changed my mind. Trash Dan's a duck. It doesn't look anything like Ryan Cohen. I have lurker right in the name, and no one wants to make that connection. All right, it could be hella lurker. Although I'd like to think that the CEO of the company I'm invested in doesn't use the word hella. Could change my entire investment thesis. You and RC are about the same age, right? I think so. If Freg's hadn't gone missing Freg's Day, would have been MOASS instead? Changed my mind. But Freg came back and gave us the sweet, sweet liquidity in March. Breaking news, Warren Buffett says he's hella buying that dip, buddy. She's the goddess of death. It's not hella. We've been over this. I know. But it's also hella. Also, you're not RC. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. Can Freg and Sanjeet come back for June? We'll see. They come and go as they please. I'd like to think Moonwind is actually DFE. Ergo, Roaring Kitty has lost all of his shares and gets assigned on CCs. You think we'll keep going till end of day or drop back down? I think we're just moving with the active fund, so keep going up a little bit. If the SPY makes it back to 420, that's insane. That's the next big resistance if it keeps breaking up. Look, I'm paper trading the wheel. Frigg is a frog. I've never seen Trash Dan and Adamant in the same room. Draw triangles? No, that'd be bad luck right now. I'll listen to it later. Or I'll check it. I'll like upload it and check it. I have 30K in cash. I'm looking to purchase Jimmy shares. Do you think next week would be a good buying opportunity? Probably better than this week. Take a screenshot of how I do TA with my indicator. Oh, interesting. That's very zoomed in. Singing full bowl to myself to encourage the stack. Oh. Is there anything I should study in college to be able to understand how all this works? Quantitative analysis or finance? Math? Your cult following is requesting full bowl. Only if we break to a newer high. So I have to break 136.38. Gem the tunes, please, my lord. All right, Aggro Crag. It's risky, though.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful.
Turd, entropy's going down. Careful.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Looks like in the money CCs are using this pump to sell. Is 90 still on the table for next week? That's where they have a hedge. That's the highest concentration of their hedge. It's between 110 and 80. What's important about entropy going down? It means no more ups. Wait, I missed it. Can you play it again? Where do you track entropy? Don't worry about it. I'm convinced Gurk voiced the entire song. I am in the song, but I didn't voice the entire song. That is a lot of that is Mr. Ben D. Shaft himself. Mr. Worldwide. Don't tell them about the steam piston engine that we measure entropy off of. Exactly. Trust me, bro, is the perfect answer. Is there a blue pill for entropy downs, ED? There could be. Bristo, welcome back to Dillionaires. Let me know, do you or do you not want the full bull song? I just warned you about the zero DTEs, turd. You're like, I bought zero DTEs. I was like, get rid of them. He wants it. I want it all the way. All right.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you
It's very
like.
catchy.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full.
Entropy's going back up.
Like, I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be.
What happened? Where did my song? Piece of shit, Discord. Ah, hold on. We have to do it all over again. No, we're gonna have to start from the beginning.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside.
Have a Moassy weekend, Pickle Man and friends. See you later, Idaho.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurt, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurt, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurt, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurt, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside.
Your garbage song.
I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
But Stefan, can you be green? Break that resistance. I don't think it's gonna happen though. Is the SPY still pushing up? Maybe. Fucking volume's drying up though. And if this is just active fund pressure and like rolling of CCs, it's shaky. So for earnings, they could drop us to 90 or by the 17th. By the 17th. Also, which brokerage do you prefer for options? IBKR. I don't suggest using options contracts on a live run of GME unless you've done it before. It's a very good way to lose a lot of money very quickly. One more time. All right, one more.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full,
Like the
I can be
stream.
anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be
I have a
violent
serious
upside,
green
I can be
thumb. I used to
hurtful,
work
I
for
can be
USDA
full, I can
Hydroponics
be
Lab in
anything you'd
Gainesville.
like. I can be green, I can be red.
Can you be red, Stefan?
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
All right, I tried to print your 0 DTs turn. It didn't work. Maybe if I poke it with a pickle. This has worked in the past. You're welcome, turd. Full Bowl song wrecked my puts. That's why you gotta close the losing leg of the straddle. Mac, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Wait, do you want Full Bowl? Be honest. Full? I don't have a choice.
Green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be upside, I can be full, I can be full, I can be anything.
We've unlocked the key to MOASS.
I can be red, upside, I can be full, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be red, I can be outside, I can be full, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be red, I can be outside, I can be full, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be red, I can be outside, I can be full, I can be full, I can be anything.
Don't stop playing this ever.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green.
One day the NYSE will open up to this song.
I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Update bolometer. I mean, what's it at like now? It's like a 30. I don't update it. Guys, can you update the bolometer? Thanks. I'm gonna have them play this at the Double Deuce tonight. Thanks, Patrick. Roadhouse. This is pathetic. What happened to 80? I think we're just seeing puts closed out. But it can continue to drive up. There's a lot of puts for today too. Puts closed out, cover calls repositioned. I mean, it's not a lot of volume on this, so the push isn't very strong. Also, you have to wait. The fucking downside hedge is like 2 weeks out. People in the car next to me are starting to stare. Just start singing it at them. Bullish tings. If you don't update, don't worry about it. Some days you gotta slam the liquor money into VLT machines and see how she goes. 0 DTEs printed. Nice, dude. Nuns with guns. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
More full bull. When does the mixtape drop? I don't know. June has so many positive news and events, right? Will there be an overlap with June witching of June 17th and OPEX of 21-23? What do you mean? Like, are you asking if it's gonna run into OPEX? It could, especially if they pre-hedge. I thought this week's run was based on weekly calls that need to be closed out today, dropping GME's price. Why are we not seeing this? Does this mean shorts won't tank GME next week? We're seeing puts closed. Puts closed and rolled forward. When they close puts, market makers buy shares. When you close calls, market makers sell shares. So we saw call selling throughout most of the day, giving us a negative delta. And now we're seeing puts closed that were in the money up to like 135, and that's going to cause a de-hedging by the market maker, which drives the price up. That's why when they roll the puts, we run, right? Twitchy, thank you so much for becoming a quarter shot, dude. What does that do for next week? Probably not a lot. We'll have to look at OI at the end of the day and see where things got repositioned to, right? We can't tell right now. One jukebox token requesting full bull. Thanks.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful.
I can't just play this for 27 minutes.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside,
Why
I
the
can be
fuck
hurtful, I
not?
can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
What time is
I
it?
can be green,
Oh,
I can
okay.
be red, I can be
16 minutes.
violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside.
Coma, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire. I appreciate
I
it.
can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Yeah, it's gonna be Monday, 4 p.m. Starting at 4 p.m.
I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
We've overplayed the song.
I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
So, no, I'll do it in the end of day wrap up, but I'm kind of gonna explain to all these people how this delta hedging works. On Monday, we loop it again. Full bull loop 27 times. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, fiscal stupidity. I feel like there's a very specific brand of degen that's enjoying this song. Because they can just sing about it and ignore the red in their portfolio. Full bull. You know it, buddy. I prefer the I can be hurtful line. It resonates with me for some reason. You expect Gex for next week? Or we're gonna have a little bit, but very little, right? Only up 5% today. Right now, and probably lower at close. No choir experience, correct? Wait, what? Do you want to be a part of the choir? We should have each individual member of the Discord sing a verse. And then we could just stack them all together in one cacophony of retail trading silliness. I'll get on the Discord if that happens. Only pigeon whales. You can sing. Everyone can sing. I'll create a thread and everyone can submit their fucking audio track to it. And then like we're not gonna use all of them. We'll just use the good ones so it doesn't sound shitty. I'll make a thread later. And I'll add everyone and let everyone know. You don't sing then, Gaff. Be a buzzkill. Alright? You're just mad that the song's not about bears. I have a bear song, but I can't play it on the Discord. I'll send it to you. Guybrush for MOASS. You explain how after getting assigned on a strike lower than cost basis, you can make back the loss of your CSP. You can sell CSPs at the strike you got assigned at. Where you will then collect a premium. And if you get assigned, you will buy the shares back at the strike minus the premium. Most people can't even trade 0 DCs after 3 p.m. That's why this is happening now, right? You buy the shares at the strike, your cost basis is just minus the premium. Yeah. Can we get the remix? Maybe. Let me think.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything.
My shirt's off.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Alright, I'll clip it. 4 to 5 p.m. Starting at 4 p.m. on Monday. My good bean. Was Tinder bot back? Oh, Jesus. Thanks, man. You too, M-Dub. Ouchie downs next week, or is there going to be some hedging? I don't know. It depends on our closing price today. And our net delta moving into close. Not so zen. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. All of you guys, if you reach out to the moderators or me on the Discord, I'll get you added to the private Discord after the stream's over.
Cause we ain't no code. Get the cash in advance cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm Obama on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
So closing out at 135, 137, 135, wherever we close here, even if we bump up, it's only relative to the net delta that has to be hedged, or the gamma exposure, the NAV GAX carried over into the following day. So it depends on what we're seeing here, price action wise. I think we're likely seeing puts being closed, and the hedging from that is probably going to be immediate. So we may not see a lot of carryover. Unfortunately, our Estonian data source is down for a little while. I think issues with like the Ukraine war and stuff. They're having internet problems. This feels like 3 weeks before MOASS. Thoughts? I'm into it. What a disaster of a week for CCs. I hope next week we get a window to get out. I hope so too. You might not. Just roll before market closes. You've got 2 minutes. I want to get assigned? Oh, okay. Am I 125p gonna print today? Not today, no. I am not carrying these fucking calls over the weekend, though. Well, maybe just this one. Nothing in the macroeconomic and geopolitical landscape tells me the SPY should be bouncing like this. Ouchie downs next week. Could be. I'm grateful for your teaching. I spent less on billionaire status than a 4-year credit college class, and I graduated in 2013. Thanks, Dan C. Queen. 135cc safe? No, risky. What are you talking about? You're gonna sell 135cc at 137 right before close? Ding ding. The day is done. JS, thank you so much for upgrading to billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. But I'm gonna go over the end of day stuff, and then I'll play you a song. All right. So what are we looking at? A lot of people are asking about how like the negative delta and positive delta are working against us throughout the day. So we saw a spike at open. This started to encourage the selling of 0 DTE calls, right? Now we see the sell-off of 0 DTE calls carrying out through about the mid-afternoon, right around here. Here we start to see put positions pick up. And we see the buying of new calls, further dated 6/3s, in the 135 range. And then so we start to see positive net delta pressure pick up again, right? About to here, some sold off at this test of 135. And then end of day, it's hard to say, but you know, not a lot of 0 DTs being traded in this time frame except sold, right? And what we're seeing likely here, it's hard to say without the OI update, but based on the positioning, I would say we're seeing a large number of 0 DTE in the money puts at 140 sold. And so when they sell those off, the market maker is then buying shares of the stock. So that's about it. And that's why I think we see that very controlled upward price action into the end of the day. And I think we're seeing those rolled puts in other positions as well, like in the SPY, across the basket, probably AMC. You know, it should affect everything. BBBY, not so much, interestingly. So we may have seen calls sold here as opposed to puts rolled forward. Relatively, I think over the course of the day, I mean, it's still trending bearish, but we may not see those puts that they're placing print until earnings, right? Negative earnings are a very good catalyst to drive all those puts in the money and generate liquidity. So it's likely they're setting up for that, and then they'll attempt to keep the price in that lower channel moving through earnings and after. Depending on what's said at the shareholders meeting, there will be likely some downside. Not if you're Best Buy. Yeah. Best Buy just shot the bed on earnings and continued to go up. So yeah, I think there's going to be a slim window there where we see some downside, and it's possible that the shareholders meeting won't generate any FOMO, right? I mean, we always look at the shareholders meeting like it's going to be this super bullish event, but mostly they're going to be answering questions about the company and hopefully a little forward guidance, but that forward guidance may not be sufficient to raise interest in GameStop in the stock, right? It may just be, you know, kind of addressing shareholder concerns. And you know, you have to remember that the media is likely going to try to spin a lot of that information negatively. When do you get assigned? At a 111, I don't see anything on being assigned. Usually by like tomorrow or Sunday morning, you'll see it. It's a 3-day weekend, but options traded outlook, is that speculation or based on shift search? It's based on shift search and like the net delta throughout the day, which you can look up on Market Chameleon. How low do you see us going? It depends. I mean, I don't know. The concentration of their puts is in like the 110 to $80 range. I think the largest OI is here at like 100. So, well, it's a little bit like 190. So it depends. I mean, they could push it all the way below 80 and print all of their puts. They may not be able to. You're getting less bearish, bullish. Yeah. I mean, we're still trading, like everyone's freaking out, but we're trading at $137, right? This is a long cry from above 350. Like this doesn't look like fucking MOASS to me at all. So yeah, I'm bearish on the expectations. And if they're exercising puts in after hours, oh shit. Yeah, we could see even more downside, right? The fuck is happening? Ooh. It's a big SPY gap down. It's illiquid. Volume? 48,000, yeah. Just weird after hours liquidity shit. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. It was a fun week. It's not a glitch. It's just illiquidity. It's a gap in the bid in the order book. And then gaps down. So remember, members only stream Monday starting at 4 p.m. If you guys can't tune in at 4 p.m., I'll keep it going a little longer so people have time to get out of work and come in and ask questions and stuff. And that's going to be open to everybody because it is probably largely going to be discussing GameStop. And so it's free to everyone. You don't have to sign up to be a member to tune in. And I'll see you all, the rest of you who don't catch that, Tuesday for Market Open. Thank you guys so much. Pay attention to the Discord and the subreddit over the weekend. If we come across any new information or the findings from our quant meeting, we will discuss it probably in both places. Thanks, guys. Have a good one. And I didn't forget your song, dude.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Creon, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.